The one with that.
We'll be out here. Okay, this is the working board meeting for Wednesday, February 25th, 2026 at 5:19 PM, calling meeting to order. I'm gonna be doing roll call. Bianca Mendoza,
Present.
Nicomas Paez,
Present.
Victoria Finde, present. Supposed to take her name off there. Chelsea Jordan,
Here.
Esther Rochelle Johnson,
What I guess.
Is Dan coming in?
Yeah, who's online? We got Gunia Shades.
Who's that? Who's Goonish?
those are all
Oh,
the
shame.
teachers.
And then Nate.
How many other teachers are on there? Is that all we got?
I don't know who that is, but do we know who Goonish Shanks is?
That's Kinsey.
Yeah.
Me.
Looks like we have more people here too. Oh, right. Well, not for the public, but they're not gonna be at the table though, right?
Hello.
Would you? Hello. Hey.
What's wrong with Sam over there?
What?
You have a broken leg?
No, he had surgery. From all those basketball injuries. Hey, from all that.
This is an extra
hunting
chair if
he
you guys
does.
wanna take this one. I don't know if they can.
Oh, it's so.
Should we move these chairs back or where does the public sit?
What is that?
Oh, you guys have. You guys have enough chairs?
So,
You wanna get
Yes.
chair, Marcia?
I will.
What's your last name?
Couple of people I don't know.
Hello. So ULE. That's a real red school board eye. They're making fun of each other back there.
This is thank you.
This
This is thank you.
Oh my god, I just know it too. Chelsea, what's his name? The towel guy. Nah, the towel guy. Is it Carlos?
Hollow.
Yeah, Hollow, is that his name?
Carlos or Hollow.
Is that one sitting behind it?
That's Lexa.
Oh, behind here?
Yeah.
Oh, Carla. Wish you the name.
Who's the one back there?
Wait, you go. Oh, sorry. What's your name?
Welcome. We just have to write down everybody's name.
What's your name? Nancy. Nancy.
Is that the Suli one?
Yeah. Is that Michelle?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit.
See
See anybody?
Yeah, that's your sweater.
It's gone.
Make sure chairs. Okay, a bunch of chairs put over them.
Yeah, this is, yeah, this one's here. This one, I guess that blue one too, right? Then there's the student chairs too. Or that one.
Miles. So I passed, Nate some tobacco to do the prayer and the song for the school board. If I can have your attention.
I think I got everybody.
My name is. 15 I got.
His last name shows up.
Brenda, what's your last name? Oh, geez.
I get it.
I knew that.
Be quiet. Sumner.
We're all ready.
Next to the show.
There's another chair over here.
Beth Beck is online, so
Yeah.
from our authorizer.
Yep.
On camera.
Oh, that bothers you, I didn't.
No, I don't bother you.
Yeah, we have my list.
That was sad.
I didn't want to touch it.
Does anybody want an agenda?
Troublemaker.
Okay, slacker.
No, I got my thumb at the fishing baby.
Who all wants an agenda?
I'll go print off a bunch more. Hand me a stack or just the agenda. Okay, I thought it was the whole packet. Okay.
Let's do it very quickly.
Okay, how many?
At least 20.
One.
Alright. Ako gano'n, nimigijig makisagya kwa chikabu hindi ko. Wasisi do dem skwa kami wizay ga gining indonji. Yeni. Kaya sa go nimin wenda no gishkuni go gak no ya mayayeg. Kaya may gwich wendam go sha. May gwich kipi shayeg ta pabisan ta wa is pabiwa di man. Kaya sa go nimin sa kiswan do pagan wenji dash the back kun ge. The goyak sa go ta. It's a man, you gonna care. You get to go on this shimigo, Kinabanuja, Gaga, Gikino Mage, man. We mark, touching the Tawiging, Gikino Mage, we can make. You get to go on this shimigo, Kinawia, Ganawa Mawa, Migo Kinabanuja, Kashmin was a go, Shawena Mawa, Shawena Mawa, Gitcha. You get to go on this shin anyway. Me go can go gay or guys such a gay mind that she did tell again anyway, you know, ma gave. Which the McQuain anyway, ma, on the cool jibber, on the cool jibber, we just waging when shall go. He give me no chique, give me no babatis. He give McQuain anyway. Nishwaso, as she on the cool jibber, on the cool jibber. Which they gonna care, Kishmin wants to go on west. We go gay. We just range in Sagiswando Pagan, the McQueen Mawad. We go up to them, we are Myanmar on Dana. Which the McQueen Mawad, but do it chug. He gets to go gig when in the Mar King, we weaker. Yeah, hindi mi gagawin sa money to the babisan dawa. Mi go akno wi mai ai. Ich bin gashken de moad, ich bin mashen de moad, ich bin jiken de moad. Daga babisan dawa, the kno wi mai ai. It is strange ya ni wi lagam mama no go. Ye gets to go, he basic hope, we get he basic home in, ima, which some acquaintan you eh. Ah man to, mami go train no siya, mi go kina, we are daga, she way in Islam, daga we do cover Islam, daga gonna way in Islam man no go. He gets to go se guani away, and tabak na game man no go. Ni ma when she think. We just strange in Sagiswan the fog and when she touched the stream. Ah, mani do gispina, when giswe, gispin one chigama, ni we got quite mani do the work of Satua, you way. You way. Way with Koreans. Mani do the. Now we got when they must see happen to this ranger. That way to look in what anyway. Hello. Then we mark another money. There's just one thing I didn't want to translate. I said I wasn't going to translate. The one is,
Let me see.
we have a lot of people, we have a lot of people that are genuinely concerned and want to be heard in the public comment. And I brought my feathers because I want people to be heard in the correct way, where they're not putting any ill feelings or having ill intent in what they're going to talk about. So the feathers are going to represent, you know, our culture and our genuine identity. And so when public comment comes about, I do want the people to carry these feathers with, you know, with that reminder, you know, we love who we are as Anishinaabe people.
Mm.
And with that, I'll go smoke pipe and back in this.
You want me to read? Is there a correction that needs to be made?
We're going to move business.
Yeah, I told the spirits too, we're gonna turn our phones
Right.
off.
On the working one.
Oh, good.
Oh, no, we need to turn the working one anyway.
Mhm.
That's for the working one.
Yeah,
Oh,
we just go over the agenda and the working one, and then there's the regular board meeting.
yeah, Jesus says it. Oh, yeah, okay. One.
Okay. Then, okay.
Yeah, so we'll move on to item 4, the business statement, read by Bianca Mendoza.
The mission is to prepare each student for college with an enhanced knowledge of the Ojibwe language, culture, leadership, and environmental stewardship. At Endazhi-Nitaawiging, the vision is to create confident leaders grounded in their true inherent identities and to ensure that they are academically, socially, and spiritually prepared to positively change the community and world.
Moving on to item 5, agenda approval. A motion to approve the agenda for the working board meeting agenda of January 21st, 2026 is presented.
A motion.
Who's on that one? Just the first 2 pages, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
it's just review of the agenda.
No discussion. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Way to take that one off of them.
Yeah, go ahead.
Carries.
Who's that second clerk?
No problem.
But it says about January 20.
Oh.
Right here. It says about January 21st.
So that needs to be changed to February 25th.
You said February 20, February 6th, right?
Yeah, it should be February 6th.
Well, this is for today though, right?
Yeah.
So it should be February 25th.
Oh, yeah. It's a correction of changing the date for February 25th, 2026. Can you read the public comment, Chelsea?
Yep.
Moving on to number 6, public comment.
Public comment. Welcome to this meeting of the school board here at Endazhi-Nitaawiging. We are extremely pleased that you have shown an interest in our school affairs. by attending this meeting. This school board allows public participation at its meeting, but at the same time has the responsibility for conducting its business in an orderly fashion. We will provide the audience with an opportunity to request to speak. We request that before you speak to announce your name. Each speaker will be allowed 5 minutes unless the time limit is waived by a majority of the board members present. At a public meeting of the board, no person shall orally initiate charges or complaints against individual employees of the district or challenge instructional materials used in the district. All such charges, if presented to the board directly, shall be referred to the executive director of Endazhi-Nitaawiging for an investigation and report. We would also like to remind the public that the school board is not allowed to comment on your concerns. If there are no questions, we will open the public comment section of the board meeting.
So, my name is Rochelle Johnson. I'm the Director of Academic Systems and Instructions. I just have a couple of things that I wanted to mention. Number one, on the regular board agenda, there's an item that should be on there that didn't get on there, and it's time restricted. It's the format for the election, and that has to be approved tonight. I think you have the paper, but I don't see the motion on it. I see the paper with it. And that has to be voted on tonight because our 60 days starts tomorrow. So we have to have it on our website tomorrow. And I believe, I thought I saw that you had the paper that goes with it, but I didn't see the motion on the agenda. So that has to be on there. Okay. So that we can do the election by the annual meeting.
The election timeline.
Election timeline, yep, and then that has to be posted by tomorrow. And then the second thing I wanted to say is I just want to give a little bit of history of kind of why I'm here. Okay. Last year, the school had received a letter of deficiency. In charter school, there's 5 levels, and the charter school went from just immediate to level 2, which is a letter of deficiency because the things that were required by our authorizer were not completed. And so the chairman called me and asked me if I would come over and help and assist with getting the school into compliance with our policies, with our finance, with our compliance, with our facilities, all of those. So for the past year, that's pretty much what I've been doing. I've been getting policies passed. I've been writing. I wrote the annual report. I wrote the academic improvement plan. I wrote the CERC. I did the board succession plan, on and on and on, and all of the policies. So wrote those, brought those to the board. And so we're just about in compliance as far as policy. Also teacher licensure, and we're just about there. We're real close. We have one more teacher who needs out of field permission, and then we're just about there. The facility is just about in compliance. We have a couple of things we have left to do with our facilities. So we're just about there, but you know, it's been a lot of work. And we're just about there. So the charter school, we've made really good progress as far as our compliance and where we're headed. What I do want to say is I wanted to recommend to the board that an area that I feel still needs to be addressed is the leadership model. The Endazhi leadership model has 2 heads at the top of our model, and we're probably one of the only charter schools that has that model. Mostly charter schools have 1 executive director, and then they can, of course, create the positions, a dean of students or academic person, something like that. We have 2 at our head, and even our authorizers are wondering how we're able to do that. They're saying that we are unique, that no other charter schools they're aware of has that model. So I wanted to say my recommendation to the board is to take a look at the leadership model. The school is a small school, and we have like 80 some students right now, and we cannot sustain the top salary for 2 top administrators. I would recommend to the board that you go to 1 executive director and change that model instead of 2 at the top down to 1, because financially we cannot sustain it. We just can't. If you look at what our audit said, our audit went to like 400,000 of our total budget went to administrative fees. And you take that, you take my fee out of there, we're still over 300,000 out of our budget for administrative fees, administrative costs. And our school just can't do that. We can't even afford more curriculum, but we're paying top dollar. So my recommendation to the board is to review the leadership model, and hopefully you'll think about going to a one executive director model instead of two at the top. So that's what I had to say, and I'm available if anybody has questions. Okay, all right, you go ahead.
My name is, Michael Needham. I came across the post today, that was shared of the agenda, and it kind of brought up a concern. Is on our website, it has a parent rep. And, by our bylaws, it says, section 8.2, removal upon, of employment or enrollment. Later on down there, it says any director who was elected or appointed as a parent or legal guardian of a currently enrolled student at Endazhi-Nitaawiging and no longer has a student enrolled here at Endazhi-Nitaawiging shall be removed from the board. And I know this parent rep doesn't have, kids in the school no more. So, as a parent representative on the school board with no kids here, since the start of the school year. I just wondering if that nullifies all the voting stuff that she voted on the school year. Maybe.
Thank you.
5 minutes of them.
Please, start the clock now.
It's 4.5 is already gone.
Appreciate Bashi can use the go. Bashi Shakin and Dodame or Bashi and do Jabak. My name is Brenda Counselor. And previously my maiden name is Brenda Whitebird. And I am married to a white feather at Panema. I went to college with Nathaniel Taylor and Sylvia Fred in Pasco Indian Nation University in Kansas. And in 2003 through 2008. And I got rid of the president of the university when I got kicked out of school, but they signed my degree. I'm the only person in the whole country that's gotten kicked out of a college but got a degree. So when I moved here to Red Lake, I had no idea that both Sylvia and Nate would move here and work diligently and striving to achieve a charter school for the Red Lake Nation children that would allow them to pray in their school in their language. In a public school system, you are not allowed to pray. You're only supposed to say, I pledge allegiance to the United States of America, or whatever they do next door. So I was very impressed with them, and they were working here and they held jobs here in language, in grant writing, and behind the scenes, these couple are a power couple who work diligently for their master's degree and to establish something for you in this community. They're not here to be greedy and take the salaries from the school. They are here because they earned it. They worked their way up there. You don't pay somebody $50 an hour who has a master's degree in tribal management, and for how many years they lived way down here in the bottom on the salaries and the struggle. When I came here, I have a college degree. They offered me $25 an hour. Fine, I said. I make $27 from Red Lake Comprehensive Health. I make $27 from Northwest. But listen to me. If you really need me, I'll come to work for you And I have been in this school since it started in that little modular over there. 3 years, in 3.5 years. And I have seen nothing but dedication. This lady, when all school's out, her truck is parked in this parking lot and she's working hours after. This lady over here also, who was a former board member, she was at that building in that office 24/7. So there are people that are very dedicated to the children and their needs here in Red Lake and their desire for their children to become fluent speakers. And I'm gonna tell you right now, when I met Nathaniel Taylor at Haskell, he couldn't even speak the language. He was listening to music constantly and picking up the language. 2003. This is how far he progressed in learning his language. You don't learn the language unless you speak it, unless you talk it. So when I came here and then I thought, what am I going to do with this? I'm not a teacher. Okay, so I took my prayer language. I deliberately took 8 points out of my prayer language.
Okay.
To teach the kids a structure, a starting point for how to do their prayers and who they're praying for. And so what I'm saying here now is that I support Sylvia Fred. Fully support Sylvia Fred to be reinstated as the principal of this school. And for 3.5 years, I have seen her dedicated in her position as a principal at the school. I see how the children engage with her, how the children respect her. They have a lot of respect for her. And this is what I want to say. She's a very good principal. Yeah. Should I war in here? Anybody else want to speak on behalf of the school and the children here? Who personally been here in the school since its commencement? Or who is here that is a teacher on behalf of our principal or in what you think of the situation? I don't know everything, but all I know is that she's been a good principal for 3.5 years.
Hi, my name is Natalie Welly. The kids call me Gitaganakwe. I first started working at Endazhi-Nitaawiging in October of 2022 in the modular. I was in the immersion room with the beans. And so I was told, no English unless it's a crisis. And the kids were good, you know, we have the best kids. And I've seen Sylvia help everyone. She builds up the staff, she finds the staff, she builds the networks, the connections, she gets us to all of the events. She's the only admin I see that goes and helps the kids get through what they're communicating. I left for a little bit. I helped a couple of friends and some families run a business. I had a business in yoga for a while for nonviolence, ahimsa, and I have an undergrad in peace and conflict studies. So from 2006, so social change, international law, philosophy of nonviolence, conflict resolution. And then I went back after working with children on the West Coast in college and in town and in the cities. I came back, went for SPED. That was in 2012. And I was working with a bunch of schools. I couldn't rationalize the means with the ends. And until I worked for Sylvia and Nate in Beans' room. I'm telling you all of this because the school is different. Every other child-focused program I've worked with, it's completely different. It is children-centered, and we learn from the children as much as we try to teach them. The behavioral management style, the direct communication with families, I've seen her call everyone and the kids and our students, the land-based learning, the connection to community, our values as a school, the mission, the connection of the students and the families to their culture, their language, their sense of identity. I've seen Brenda speak on during PD, is unlike any other thing for as far as like my multicultural background. Seeing Sylvia have this leave has harmed not only the team and her school that she built, but more importantly, the students, all of which have had a lot of behaviors. Their difficulty processing this and trying to find their way without her might not be resolved without her. We know communication, our behavior is communication with the child to get their needs met as best as they know how. And I don't know what the plan is for maintaining and creating the future of this decolonized version of a school without Sylvia. I think this has created a lot of harm and a lot more problems. I don't know what it solved. And with that, I take the floor.
Thank you.
My name is Michelle Reynolds, and I was on the last Endazhi board. So when this school was first started, I was like super proud of Dave and Sylvia, you know, doing that for the children and getting it going and getting everything established. But I think there's a time when you're not doing so great in the leadership role that you do need to step down, step away from that leadership role until you're in compliance with what you're supposed to be doing. Because we weren't in compliance, you know, you needed to do your education and get your stuff done before, I don't know what the date was, but, and then this board took over and they decided to let you go. I mean, I think, you know, I hear these teachers and I hear these staff talk and say, you're such an important part of the school, Sylvia. And I hear that, but I think like maybe you can do something else within the school instead of a leadership role for the children. Because look at what's going on in Bemidji at that school. They're gonna shut it down because their overhead, their staff costs so much, you know? And all these kids are gonna have to go to a different school. I don't wanna see that happen here. You guys did so much work already. So we wish. What's the wish?
Well, I just want to say that out of everyone in the room, I'm probably the only one here that's been working closely with Nate and Sylvia, both on the Wassa Beat and as a co-founder with the start with the charter school. I've served as the board chair for the first 3 years of the beginning of the charter school, so I've seen everything happen from the ground up. We worked together through COVID. My experience with the Wassa Beat program and ongoing with it was left poor management, and I've seen it pour into this charter school. The finances, the operations, not to mention the double dipping. They were both employees as the Wassa Beat program and as Endazhi up until last spring. So as a tribal member of Red Lake Nation, my concern was how much that they were taking out of funds from both schools and not really pouring back into the schools. And I always speak up for the kids. I've been traveling from Mille Lacs for 6 years. That's 3 hours one way up here for the schools. And as an employee, we never really saw them at the Wassa Beat program. I had to step up and be the leader while these two were getting paid. So if this contract period doesn't happen, this next period, the tribe's gonna have to pay for this school. We're already in facing challenges financially. And as a tribe, can we financially provide for this school? And we shouldn't always be taking donations from the tribe. There should always be somebody in here making sure that we're financially stable. Like, where's the grants? Who's operating grants? How many grants are you operating under? Versus how many times we're running over and getting donations from the tribe. That's unrestricted funds, meaning that when those funds come in, who's monitoring those unrestricted funds? Where are they going? Where's all the land-based learning? Where's the deer camps? Where's the fishing camps? If we're going into year 4 and we don't see none of this happening, our graduates at the Wasabeek program should be actually, there should be communication between us, but there's not. There's this animosity because the things that I spoke up on as a board chair, things that Bianca's speaking up, bringing awareness to. We shouldn't be shut down and saying we're negative because we're speaking up on things that are true. You're taking money from our schools and not really putting back in. And to be honest, that year 1 when we termed out Bimwewe and Aju Banes, we should have kept them in because at least those 2 power couple, they speak the language and they've been pouring language back into our schools, not only as a student, but at the adult level. They're bringing a lot of language in our culture, and that's who we replaced. I mean, I agree. We even talked about that as a board chair. Actually take it. If you have a gift and a skill within the school, then we would place you in those and replace with a different leadership that can lead our school strong. You.
Thank you.
Also, mas convencer, né? And go Makondu then, was called Gamevis again. My name is Donovan. I'm a 6th grade teacher here at school. I taught over at Red Lake District for a number of years before I came over here. One of the reasons why I came over here is I always think about that old crossing treaty. And I think about how 162 years ago, those chiefs, they negotiated for things. They knew that our way of life as Anishinaabe people was going to change forever. And so they tried to do things that they could in order to mitigate that amount of change. One of the things that they wanted was they wanted education for our people, so that our people knew exactly what those white people knew, and that the things that they said, we would always understand. We wouldn't go into things blind anymore. But they also wanted to make sure that throughout that education process that we stayed grounded in who we are as Anishinaabe people, because they knew that if we lost our identity or lost our way as Anishinaabe people, that anything that we accrued afterwards would come out, because we already lost everything in who we are as Anishinaabe people. And they thought about generations at that time that hadn't even been born. This school here, Wasabeek, both of them are what those people envisioned at that time. Somewhere where our kids can be educated, but still maintain who they are as Anishinaabe people. That's what we're doing here. The way things have been going these past few weeks has been absolutely chaos. Going all the way from the top down to the kids. I see behavior issues all day long, every single day, because nobody knows what the hell's going on. Nobody's been told anything about what's going on. There's no communication going on. What are we to say? Are we allowed to say anything? And the biggest thing that is missing is that there's not any structure throughout from the top going down. right? You can't keep doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting something to change. I don't care how good someone is at something. You can't dump everything for the entire school on one set of shoulders and expect them to do things that you don't even know what you want them to do. You say improve. Okay, well, how do I improve? What is it that I'm deficient at? How are you going to gauge whether I'm improving? There are other people throughout this building that do need to pull up their own weight. Right? Not everything should be on one set of shoulders. Everything that we did as Anishinaabe people was as a community. And you can see that's what's going on here. This whole room is full today. Everyone's concerned about what's going on. Right? But the other thing that the reason why I came over here is when I came over here, the energy that I felt in this building, there wasn't even kids yet, but it was pure love. That's the energy that I felt. That hasn't been here these last couple of weeks. You walk through this admin area, every single one of those doors are closed. People are hiding from each other. They're turning the other way. They don't want to show their face anymore. So irregardless of what you decide going forward, if it's going to be continuing to keep that type of energy in here, this school is already over. If that's what we have to deal with, right? A lot of that was the energy that this woman brings into this building every single day. A lot of us, we grew up around here. We went to grandma's house. Grandma was the backbone of our family. She was the glue that kept everything together. When that went away, all the families separated into individual families. They didn't come around the way that they used to. That's what we're experiencing right now. Right now, that's what's experienced. So we need clear direction. Who's in charge of human resources? Who's in charge of the budgets? Who's in charge of discipline? Who's in charge of all the other stuff? All of those things cannot be one person. Because even if they get them done, it's not going to be to the way that you want it. Because they got to give a little bit less every time you throw another task on there. All right. My time up?
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rich.
Just come on, let it breathe.
Just a second.
Buju, Chimakwa, Indigenous cause, Anishinaabe, when a cause yan, minimum, Makwa, do them, Mesquaka me was a guy gunning and doing Jaba, Madabi Mung and Danaki, you know, I'm just here just to sit and listen, you know, and trying to get a feel of what's going on, and I can already, you know, feel the energy. And biggest thing was like, Donovan said, you know, when you come in this building, it's that love. I felt that love too, and also happy for my kids to come here and learn that, because that's something I didn't, you know, experience. I came to school across the field over here. Third grade, getting beaten by the nun, you know, Sister Gilmary, growing up in that way, going to church, you know, that's kind of. Then know my kids were able to come here and do this, learn the language, become good people. You know, that minnow bamadazi and living that good life. You know, that's what I want my children to live. I want them to be a better parent than I am. That's what I want. And I feel that I get that when they come to the school. They come home, they go, hey, we did this today. We went on a trip. We did goose hide skinning, all these fun things. I was like, man, I never got to do that as a kid, but keep going. You know, I love that. I love hearing that stuff. But I want to share, you know, I wrote some stuff down, and this is some thoughts that came to my mind. You know, as a community member who cares about the school's long-term stability, You know, I would encourage the board to ensure that whatever decision is made tonight protects compliance, funding, and the charter status for the students. And for any school to stay strong, you know, the board has to be able to do its job without pressure or fear. If people can't speak freely or vote freely, that's when things start to fall apart. The board has to be independent if we want the school to last. That's just my thoughts, maybe which. You got 3 more minutes. Where's the application at?
Yes, you see.
Uh-oh.
Let him in.
Bonjour, my name is John Roberts, community member. When the idea of this school came about, the whole community, we're all excited. Something that we need, a new direction for our young ones. It was, you know, like Donovan said, you know, the whole community was on board with it, excited for it. I myself, 12 kids, 4 of them were coming here all at the same time, but one by one, they didn't like it here. They didn't like the environment. I don't know if it was lack of structure. Started with 4, I have 1 left here. And from my experience, what I'm seeing here, you know, the structure is the main thing. My oldest son, he was here. He went through 5 teachers in not even a full school year. He's a troubled boy. He has behavioral issues, and they worked very hard with him, but there was no consistency. Every day, my wife and I had to come pick him up, 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. It got so frustrating. Every single day, we'd have to come get him. You know, I thank the staff for keeping him safe, but it was just, he needed, you know, a lot of our people struggled. You know, a lot of them born with behavioral issues to no fault of their own. And they need that consistency. And again, I love the idea of the school. I love what it's about. Just weren't getting it one by one. My kids, I got 1 left, and he's, to be honest, I'm not a fan of him being in the same classroom for, I think, 3rd or 4th year in a row. And you know, I came to parent-teacher conferences. His teacher told me, you know, the majority of the students in his classroom are on the spectrum. And I worked at the elementary school. I worked in Panema. I worked in high school. And I know there's a separate education plan for our young ones when they're like that. And for my son to still, he loves it here. He loves his teacher. He loves his classmates. But it's not fair to him to have to, I don't want to say wait for his classmates to catch up to him. But the consistency is hurting him. I know he's not going to be, you know, as educationally developed when he, I don't know if he's going to leave the school or not, but that's my main concern right now. And we're, you know, like these guys were saying, this board needs to be able to make decisions without threats, without bullying. That's no way to run a school that's meant for our young ones. We need them here to succeed. And, you know, they were elected for a reason. So we need to, they're our eyes for what's going on here. And we need to trust them. And if there's, you know, people saying things about, you know, unfavorable things about them for whatever reason, you know, that's not fair to anybody, especially these kids. These kids need the consistency, need the leadership, and it's just sad that you know, like you said, this structure isn't figured out, we're gonna lose this school, and it's gonna be heartbreaking for the community, but it's gonna be heartbreaking for the kids, and that's something we can't stand for.
You dance around with it 4 times.
Yeah, my tight pants on.
I'm interested if anybody on the internet too has input that they want to give.
I'd like to speak if possible.
Who's that?
Tally.
Thank you.
Here, I don't know. I can turn on my video. Hi, I'm Tally. I work in the special education department of Endazhi-Nitaawiging. I have heard a lot of concerns regarding the financial stuff, everything, and those are completely valid and things that, of course, the board should be concerned about. I think that our concerns are the ways of which those concerns are being handled. The first lieu of business in those instances would be to bring up. I'm not even against what Rochelle was saying about changing the structure of management. There's a ton of different ways that administrative teams are run in schools. That's a valid concern, but it's a concern that should be brought up before firing someone and then making us all be quiet about it for a week because you guys didn't have a backup plan. And that's not an attack. That's a real thing that we all as staff had to deal with, of being quiet because there was no contingency. I just think that looking past just this is wrong, but to actual effects that has on everyone, staff and kids, and it makes us look unprofessional as a whole team, the board, the school, if we're making these calls when how come nobody knew that was up for debate amongst the staff? That's something that we should know might be coming because we got completely blindsided. How are we supposed to come to adults that have concerns to kids that have concerns? So I don't think that we're saying there's issues with how the admin is run, but I also I wrote a letter, and one of those things that I was saying is having a financial coordinator, having an outdoor coordinator. I don't think anybody's saying we don't need these extra things and they shouldn't all be on one person. Sylvia is juggling 5 different things. I think she does an amazing job, and that's who I want to work for and under. I do still think that there should be additional positions, and I don't know how to solve that. That's what the board is here for, right? I'm not saying I have the solutions. I'm just saying that there are different ways to go about it without pulling the rug out from underneath people. And Sylvia and Nate, they dreamt this school into existence, that they should be kept in that conversation, not blindsided. I think that the board has so much education behind it and such valid things that they could be doing. And I think that we get distracted by pointing fingers at who's not doing this, who's not doing this. And I would like to take a step back and say, who is doing what, right? Because Sylvia is doing a lot, and she might not be doing everything perfectly, and that's fine. But to me, the true sign of a leader is somebody who acknowledges where their weaknesses are and who says, help me, and not somebody who defends and points fingers. And I have no point have seen Sylvia say, I'm perfect and I know everything. Don't help me. I've heard her say, help me, tell me what to do. Tell me how to improve. Right? She wants this school to succeed as much as anyone. And that goes for in terms of Nate speaking to us as a staff. There was never a we're getting back at the board, we're going on strike, we're doing this. It's we're here for the students. That's why we are here. We are here for the students. We are here for the dream of bringing that language back in, for being a different kind of school. And I think that that's really important to remember, that yes, we're not saying that Sylvia is perfect. I've heard a lot of people say like, oh, everybody's rallying behind Sylvia because she's perfect, and they don't see the whole picture. And I'd like to bring that back in that the staff don't love Sylvia because she's perfect. we we love her because she loves this school as much as we do, and she's with us. She's not leading us in out of fear. She's leading with, I'm with you and I'm doing this with you. And let's all make it better together. And again, there's so many things that again, as staff, we
10
don't know.
seconds.
You guys deal with so much, but I would just like to keep that in mind of focusing on what she can do, not just what she can't.
English.
You got Sally.
Should we stay with the people online or? I think Dion wanted to say something.
I can go next. I think there's probably a few other people who would like to go. Bonjour, my name is Dion Widener. My maiden name is Shotley. My family's from Ball Club, and I'm a Leech Lake Band member. I'm here today as a community member and as a child therapist. I'm not speaking today on behalf of any organization. I can give you a little context. I attended the Red Schoolhouse in St. Paul, Minnesota when I was younger. And my experience there as a student was that I felt so empowered by being surrounded by strong Indigenous leaders and teachers. And it made a huge impact and a difference in my life that at the time I didn't know or I couldn't have predicted. Now I'm a seasoned professional with 20 years of mental health experience in a private practice. I'm a CEO, I'm a CFO, and I'm an owner of 3 successful businesses. I've been working in many capacities with Endazhi-Nitaawiging since October 2022. I have a statement that I prepared that I would like to read. I recognize that the board has exercised its authority in evaluating and at times placing the head of school on probation or discussing contract status. That history is reflected in public minutes. At the same time, those same records reflect reinstatement, ongoing reporting, policy work, and continued engagement in school improvement, including Sylvia's participation in evaluation and the oversight of processes. It is my observation that Sylvia embodies stability in leadership. She has demonstrated that leadership is not about one individual. It directly shapes staff morale, student experience, and community trust. Children thrive in environments where leadership is steady and communication is clear. When leadership decisions appear abrupt or lack clear communication, they create uncertainty in a system that depends on stability. In the absence of clearly communicated interim leadership, uncertainty can spread quickly through a school community. Children notice, staff notice. Stability is felt, and so is instability. As an Indigenous clinician, I have dedicated my life to the health and well-being of my community. My goal is to maintain consistency and safety for children in their safe spaces. Endazhi-Nitaawiging is a safe place for many children. My granddaughter attends school there. The commitment and dedication shown by Sylvia highlights her ability to persevere through conflict and public scrutiny and still show up every day, stay late into the evening in service to our community. My request tonight is simple: that any actions regarding school leadership be clearly documented, clearly communicated, aligned with established evaluation processes, and accompanied by a clear interim leadership plan when transitions occur, so the school community can move forward with consistency and transparency. I hope that you will reinstate Sylvia Fred to a previous position. Miigwech for your time.
Thank you.
Bushu, ganun daw na?
Yeah.
Ahaw. Ahaw, Bushu, ninsi bin sindagu. Ano kimagana ne? Kiwaba mo na? Mga gawin. Gawin?
Mashi.
Ahaw. Miwe. Ahaw. Ahaw, Bushu, ninsi bin sindagu. Mekina kindodem. Miskogami was a gaigening when jiwa danin dendinoe maganag. Nindash kakabikang da tajium bigi guan. Bemijigamagan danongom. Ga ko neo baboon ga majatan anokia ne wede Endazhi-Nitaawiging. Awashime medasa baboon ga ko nagishkawa go ao gateway jigabo. Oidash ingitia pitenda Asia chigewa dingu gani ganiziwa de wede gikino ma diwigimegong Endazhi-Nitaawiging. Ingitchi zanagain dan dash Asia seg going ninde boydazine Asia seg nongom. Hitches zanagado zanagain dana wa gayangu abnujiag ga kena gae inokiwa doma gikino ma diwigi megong. So wanted to start in Anishinaabe Moen. My name is Z Beans. I've been at the school now since the opening for the past 4 years. And then previously the 9 months before the school year started working on a plan for kind of what the school would look like and kind of curriculum outline and design, and have had, the opportunity to be working at the school. My grandmother, she went to the mission school. And so I grew up in Minneapolis, as I said, but, feel really honored to be working at this school and have the opportunity to be, working with our language and our culture for the students. And I guess I'm coming on here to just talk about how kind of the instability and kind of lack of plan has affected staff and students at the school for the past couple weeks. So I'm the first grade teacher. My students have been confused. They've been asking actually like, where has Sylvia been? They're really confused what's been going on. And as a staff, we haven't been given any information or direction from the board. How do we engage with students? How do we engage with community members? How do we engage with our parents? And so I'm just coming on here to say that it seems like it's been pretty poorly executed without a lot of plan. And so I would just appreciate maybe more forethought from the board going forward so that, things are done in a proper manner. Things are communicated to the community, to our parents, to staff. So I guess just kind of coming on here to say that it's been frustrating as a staff member and community member of how to navigate what's been going on, and would really appreciate, I think this has been echoed previously, but just more plan and forethought depending on whatever the board decides to go through with tonight. So miigwech for your time, miigwech Endazhi-Nitaawiging. I hope.
Anybody else?
I gotta go.
Ani.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Wes. Where's Wes?
What, Wes?
Oh, Bushu, kinawia. Kita benesi hindi ko kasi do dem skagami wi zakay kan nindun jiba. Minawagay gasani sa kagninda. So this is West Jordan. I'm coming on. I'm just tuning in and getting getting a feel of what's happening and listening to everybody, and just want to
kind of just offer just a little bit of, advice or maybe some support or something. As some of you may or may not know, I also chaired this board. I was one of the co-founders of Endazhi-Nitaawiging still to this day. And, the board, as a chair of the board, I didn't take that position lightly. And there was a lot of times, as a board member, but as a chair of the board, where a lot of decisions, tough decisions needed to be made. And it took a toll on me. It took a toll on a lot of friendships, and on the board when there was issues that arose. Not naming names or anything, but I'm just, speaking from experience as a board member. And a lot of tough, really super tough decisions, especially in the startup of the school. And the diligent work that it takes to be a chair on the board. um like, I don't even know who's chair right now, but whoever it is, you got, some tough decisions, to make. And I think, moving forward with the board decision on some of the things that are on the agenda, you think, I'm just, thinking of them days and those nights. There's a lot of long days, a lot of long nights, even as a board member, to try to make the right decision for your community, but overall to make the right decision for the youth, for the children. And I've been in a position of in education for the last probably 9 or 10 years now. And did a brief stint on the board and then also a brief stint as chairman. But those tough decisions, you just want to reiterate that those decisions come from the heart, not from animosity. Decisions come from the heart, and not out of spite. If you have differences with somebody, yeah, I had differences with, as a board member, with people who presented things. And but I didn't let that get in the way of anything, as far as like personal um differences. So I wanted to mention just that much. As a board member, I know how it feels. I know the position you guys are in to make these tough decisions. And as a community member here in Red Lake, lifelong community member, and just encouraging you guys to make those decisions with your heart. And the second part of, my I know my time's probably running up. I don't even know, but I can talk for days. But just offer my support. Okay, offer my support for Sylvia. And I've worked with her over the past 10 years and seen all of the diligent work she does. I go to the store 9:30, quarter to 10 at night. Sometimes I see her truck still sitting there, probably still working. Why else would she be in the building? And as a community member, that's, I see that's dedication. That's someone who's, you know, putting in their time regardless of 8 to 4 job to
45
still be there. Okay, to still be there. So we see it. I see it. I know there's plenty of people probably in the meeting and that see that dedication and that work ethic that's going on. So whatever decisions made moving forward, I just want to express my support for that agenda item. And to really consider making the right decision and making that decision from the heart using Dave Boywin, the truth. Yep. Me sucking out you. Me gwech. Bizindawiig.
Everybody, my name is Chris Jordan. I'm coming here as I'm a parent of a young here, as also a grandparent. And I also know a lot of these kids, from the elementary school. So I didn't know a lot about the business side. I saw the agenda today. There's a couple of things that kind of stuck out, and then one is, and that it looks different now with their teams. Were we appointing, or were you guys, appoint the board member? Is that normal practice to appoint a board member?
Yes.
Is it? Okay. I thought it was an elected position.
Yeah.
Secondly,
Yep, it was removed.
what's that?
It's on our deficiency list that we have to maintain 5 board members, so I mean, we can put one in. You can put one in.
I thought there was no discussion. We had discussion.
Yes.
Yeah, so that was one concern. I was, just like, we would call it the optic, how something looks when you're not.
Yeah.
So I'm asking out of ignorance, because I don't
Oh,
know.
okay.
Yeah, don't know. I'm not trying to dispute it. Looks a little funky that we're buying somebody in, and it's not a big vote.
Me either, because I just saw a lot of talking, so it's over what I knew.
Second thing is just some experience I serve on not only the school board, but a few other boards, and it's a challenging position. Recently went through something like this on a different board, and it was kind of even the same vibes to where where the focus is really on an adult right now for most of the comments here. There's been a few talked about the kids. So that's something that I just encourage you, to remember, is that sometimes our feelings can get in the way, and distract us from the little ones. On another board, that's what was starting to happen. It was jeopardizing funding, and I hear a little bit, and I don't know. But, when the first lady came in, she mentioned there was 2 people, and I've heard a lot of support for one. You know what I mean? But if there's 2, why are we struggling so much? Because of, one would you, why are we not? What is your role? Because I didn't know your role ever. But when I hear, and maybe she was lying, I don't know. But the first lady said there were people at the top, which is pretty rare, and it's not an organizational structure I've seen anywhere either. But so I just want to remind you guys, it's a tough position, but don't forget about the kids. Don't be distracted, don't be swayed by their feelings. Think about the kids. And that other one, that's what we have to do, because funding was being jeopardized. And the event was almost going to get canceled. They didn't replace it because timelines, not because they didn't like her, but timelines weren't being met. So that's what was about to happen. And my vote for the kids. That's what we got. But we lose this event for the kids. That's not going to be good. I didn't want to be a part of that. You know what I mean? So that's just something I wanted to share. And thank y'all for listening.
Rich.
Exactly the same. I'm gonna go on a snuggle away. Yeah, I got chased over here by a res dog. So forced me to get over here and say some words. Been doing a lot of running around the res lately, so it's
That is
opening my eyes to a lot of things. But yeah, kind of pushed me over here to come and just. My name is George Spears. I'm the 7th and 8th grade teacher here at Endazhi. Just speak to a little bit to my history. I moved up here last April. I was formerly an executive director of the Nuwahi Center School, the last survival school, the American Indian movement. I can kind of speak to the Red Schoolhouse when the speaker on there spoke to that. I was like, oh, cool. That's cool. Yeah, just when you have growing pains, and that's what this school is facing, is growing pains. You're going to have that for the first years. For the first 5 years, you're kind of under this microscope of the state to make these deadlines and these certifications and all these other things that come with being a new school too. But this whole concept came out of love, right? These 2 came up with this concept, and the other people that are also co-founders of this. And it's out of love of the culture and the language and the belief that we need this here in the community, and we definitely do. This school does not look like any other school on the reservation. And so that is something that needs to last. We also have a history of poor implementation. And that's the thing that we struggle, not just in this school, but also
across the whole entire reservation. We can secure funding, we can secure grants. It's the implementation of those programs that we're seeing. And for the first time I was here since April, I got a really quick taught a lesson that I wasn't as good as I thought I was as a teacher, right? Because I hadn't taught reservation kids my first time. I had taught in the urban schools, right? I taught all these years in different capacities. I've done all these other positions. I was even an executive director, right? So that I was pushed in actually into the 5th grade classroom, John's his classroom. Yeah, I got humbled. I'm still getting humbled. I'm learning from these kids every day when I come, right? I'm learning how to teach them. But I'm seeing the gaps that they have, right? And these gaps are historical. They don't just stem from the school. They are historical that have been followed. We're trying to catch them up, right? And there's a lot of behavioral issues that you deal with. And you know, I've been scratching my head to try to do that. But we have to have stability in that school. And if you take the leader out that's running the school midway into it with no contingency, and no communication with staff, that creates instability among the staff and the students. And so you have to have that planned out before you make that kind of decision. You have to have that backup plan. Have to have what's going to happen next. And for me to be at this school this long and kind of learn from everybody, but also really work on my good way to learn. The key thing is to come in here and be immersed. And everybody here has schooled me at one time or another in the language, and that's what I'm here. Even some of them. It's an important thing that we need to make sure that we're doing it, not of putting our egos aside outside and doing it for love. And that's what this school is. It represents love. So I get to win, and it's something that needs to continue, and it needs to be a smile. Thought out ideas behind that plan, right? It's not just out of this is not happening and this is happening. There needs to be a clear intention of those plans with the staff and with the students and the parents. Because that's why we're here, right? We're all here because of the parents and the students that come here. That's why this school exists. And I want to see it grow. I want to see it become bigger than it is right now. I want to see it become other locations, and that's my hope. Yeah, which you. Feel that.
Is it my turn?
Monsieur.
All right. Bonjour, Miss Kumakwan Indigenous Cause, Mikizi Nandu Dame. I'm Jeffrey Legou. I'm also one of the co-founders of Endazhi-Nitaawiging. So first I'd like to talk about my children. I took my children out of the school because I was met with hostility by one of the teachers at the door when I went to pick up my children, and he asked me to meet him outside the Wasabeak at 3:50 or later on. And I had a witness tell me that he showed up with Nathaniel Tyler and another employee to beat me up, I assume. So I took my kids out of the school. I took their IEPs over to the Red Lake School. After they got their IEPs redone, they see none of the problems that my children had in that school. My kids are thriving and learning. When my daughter came out of 2nd grade out of there, she couldn't read, not even the word it. She couldn't spell her name. And this was just ridiculous, especially as a founder. And this was my dream. You know, I hate to burst many of you bubbles, and I've heard you a lot of you say this, but this dream came from me. And some of you board members heard me say this before. This was my idea. I dreamt this up here after they opened the Wasabeak. They kept pressuring them about they need someplace to go afterwards. That being said, my children are thriving now. And I wouldn't bring them back to the school because of the lack of structure from the top up. Y'all keep saying Sylvia is the leader of the school, and it's supposed to be Nathaniel Tyler. So he should have picked up duties and continued on as the superintendent would in any other school. Second of all, I hate to tell y'all, but I told y'all so. So a lot of you don't know, but the last school board that I was on it, we decided not to renew Sylvia's contract, and we were going to look for a licensed principal so we can get that structure back into the school this year. And the new board had an illegal meeting on July 1st and reinstated Sylvia. Now, if I was to bring this illegal meeting to the state, the consequences for an illegal meeting, which violates open meeting laws, could be nullified decisions, court order, judicial fines, um, possibly board members removed from office. Violations can trigger lawsuits, mandated attorney fee payments by the district, and other things like misdemeanor charges. So, along with that, we also had discovered, and we were trying to be nice about things. We weren't trying to fire nobody or anything. We really wanted to find a different place for them that they fit better in the school due to their education is in gathering grants and finances and things in that manner. That neither one of them are licensed to do their job. The jobs were only supposed to be temporary till we could find somebody to have those licenses. I was bullied to the point that I took my kids out of the school. I refused re to go for another election on the board. Um, and as for the appointing somebody on the board, we publicly put it out there that we needed board members before we ever appointed anyone. So that hasn't been done. We haven't heard it on the radio or nothing, and I know that to be a fact. Outside of that, I can't support. I support y'all and y'all's terminating Sylvia Fred, and y'all should leave it in that manner. And we discovered they were stealing from the Wasabeak, and you can go to Vernell and find out. For 2 straight years, Nathaniel Tyler and Sylvia Fred were receiving full-time paychecks and everything else from them, and not doing a single thing over there, just draining the funds.
30 seconds.
Um, and that being said, they have both violated the ethics of their jobs, and they both should be fired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy?
Nancy Stewart, Indigenous Cause. G. Watson, Michigan, Hindu. I came here because I'm a certified teacher and I have taught since 2018. And there's a lot of schools that are called on the reservation, only on the reservation. The only reason I got my certification was because I was on the reservation. My mom told me one time, a couple times, that one of the reasons that she still had math anxiety was because every time they got things wrong in school, they got hit. They had to stick their hands out and they got hit. And some of the schools that I've worked on the reservation, they're working to try to change that. But the good schools, the ones that hit every mark, the ones that are the great schools, they don't hit them with objects, but they're still hitting their spirit. And the kids, as they get older, they're, they're adopting the, the, uh, they're adopting the mindset, the exact mindset that has to be changed in order to survive. And the reason I came to this school, knowing that there's the beginning of the school, knowing that there's problems, knowing that money is the root of all evil. And I'll say it one more time. Money is the root of all evil. So if we work together, there's always somebody that can, you know, help with the money stuff. That's a game. It's a game that if you figure out that game, you can make it work. It's a difficult game, it's a sneaky game, you can make it work. But in this school, I have helped with kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, seventh grade and eighth grade. The only class I haven't been in yet is sixth grade to actually be like helping teaching the actual students. And in every class, what I am seeing, yes, there are gaps, but I'm a language person. And some of my coworkers that I've worked with over the years said, you know, when you are in immersion school, when children are coming up and they are coming up in two languages, it is going to take longer because they're putting in their brain, there's a spot in the brain that if you know how to read,
1:30.
if you don't know how to read, it doesn't exist. But if you know how to read, it's like wires connecting, they're making the connection. So these students from kindergarten up, they're making not just one connection of an English word, they're making both connections. And I hear that. And the things that I hear all the way up through seventh and eighth grade is
One minute.
is the mission. They are starting to embody that. Like with the seventh and eighth grade, it's been a gift because we were talking about Leonard Peltier and the comments and the thoughts when we were having our discussions and when they were going through the book. That's the survival of the
30
people,
seconds.
the survival of the language. Reflection.
Thank you.
We could check on the online real quick. Heather or Kristen, did you guys have anything to say? Let it know.
I just want to say this is my third year working at Endazhi, and my late husband sat on the committee that discussed creation of the school. This was one of his dreams as well. And so I feel honored to be working in the school. Um, I do want to say that I don't feel like what has happened here in the last 2 weeks was managed with any thought about what was going to come afterward. Um, we were not informed about what was happening. We were told to be quiet. Um, it hurts staff when things like this are done. It hurts children when things like this are done. And it has been very difficult to deal with questions from students who are asking, where is Sylvia? Why isn't she here? What's happening? We don't even know ourselves. I mean, we came to work and we didn't find out until after the fact.
at the end of the day. So there's a serious lack of communication here. Also, it doesn't feel like it was done in a professional manner. It feels like it was done and then everybody was just like left out of the loop. Um, I don't think that, I mean, I'm not saying Sylvia's perfect by any means, but she's been wearing multiple hats. I mean, somebody, I think it was Tally mentioned she's doing 5 different things. I would say Sylvia's been doing 25 different things and juggling all of it. And at the same time, just kind of being told, figure it out, and then being judged on how she's juggling. And that's not fair either. Um, I feel like Sylvia has done the best that she's been able to do with what she has. And she is a leader. The kids love her. The staff cares about her. Um, I would just like to see her be given a little bit of grace. She's not going to be, I mean, anybody that has that much dumped on their shoulders is not going to be able to manage all of it on their own. Um, so whatever the board does or decides to do, um, I mean, that is up to the board. That's not up to me. But going forward, I certainly would like to have more conversation and at least be informed about what's happening rather than finding out after the fact and then having to deal with children not knowing what's happening, staff not knowing what's happening for the last 2 weeks, no plan in place moving forward. We've all just kind of been left to pick up pieces for the last 2 weeks and try and figure out what's happening, which isn't, it's not the way that you should be treating your staff. Um, and I will tell you, I have worked, this is my 28th year in education. I have a master's degree in special education and an undergraduate degree, a baccalaureate in English education. I have spent the majority of those 28 years working with special needs students. And I worked at the district school for 8 years. And prior to that, I worked at Turtle Mountain Reservation in the school at Belcourt in the high school for many, many years. Since I think 1997 or 1998. I do what I do because I love kids. And it has been my choice to work in reservation schools because that is the population that I love. I love working with those students. My concern is what is best for the kids.
Second.
And I feel like any educator, we don't go into it because we want to make money. We go into education because we care about kids. And I think the kids were the ones that were really left out of this whole situation. Nobody considered what this might do to them.
You got you. Heather?
You want to call for one more comment so we can move on?
We're just gonna call for one more comment so we can move on to the,
I just wanted, my name is Miriam and I just came here in support of Sylvia. I think she's been doing an excellent job. Both my grandchildren started school here. My baby Mary's been here since the start of the school, and so is my Justice, and they both sort of up north now, but they've been in the school system and they're the greatest little grandchildren ever, I guess I can say it because they're my grandchildren, but they've been in the school system and it's worked for them. I mean, Sylvia and Nate have been there for the kids in anytime they needed anything and they're always there. But this is the first time I've ever attended a meeting here with this many people. If we could have this many people all the time, you know, over any of the issues concerning the school, that would be great, but I just came here in support of Sylvia. She's doing an excellent job. And that's all I have to say.
Language.
Uju Ijigo Pain Chirikas, Makwendo Dane, Amayana Idigam Yoli, Amalauti is where I'm from, Washoe and Pomo. Been here in the community going on 13 years now. But just 3 years ago, this was a field. 3 years ago. 4 years ago, that modular over there wasn't there. Just 4 years, 3 years. Put that into perspective. Field. This is what we have now. The community. 4 years ago, we built a sweat lodge right over here. We sat in there for 4 doors. We had our visitors come from out of town. We had all our allies, neighboring, supportive communities come and sit and lodge for this community, for this school, for the kids, for this unique school here in Red Lake. We did that for only 4 years ago. Only 4 years ago. 6 years ago, I've been working 14 to 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that's not an exaggeration. I've been working around the clock for 6 years. For 2 years, for just this 2 years, I worked on the planning, meeting, designing, building, raising money, getting buy-in, answering the 50-year call for a charter school here in the community. And let me explain what success is and why this school is here. It's because of the continuous support from stakeholders, from community members, from tribal council, from partners we've established in the neighboring communities, Minneapolis, New Mexico, Arizona, California, Wisconsin, New York. Those are all our stakeholders. Those are all the ones that invested in Red Lake's charter school for the community. Those are all the partners we built over the 2 years of planning before this building was even. It comes again from the support and what it means to be successful. It's empowerment, it's encouragement of each other, and it's not letting each other fail. All those stakeholders, all the families, we held together and made it happen. If something wasn't going right, we all stuck together. We built it together. We didn't discourage, we didn't put down, we didn't have that lateral oppression and violence. It wasn't a part of what was intended for the school, and it wasn't why the school is here today. The school is here today because we all did it together as community, as family. And we said, we're not gonna let this fail. We're not gonna let this fail because the community here in Red Lake has been wanting this for years. And it's the teamwork, it's the support, it's the empowerment of not letting it fail together. It was my understanding at the last board meeting that I was under evaluation and that I was going to be shared areas of improvement and opportunity for growth. It wasn't, this opportunity was to share not only the facts, but the accomplishments of the many goals from start to where we are today. Only 4 years ago. Again, 4 years. We're a brand new school. Brand new school, brand new building, 2 buildings. That modular is part of the charter campus also. This building, this campus, the schoolyard, the trails, all the partners we have locally. Those are all part of our accomplishments. All the finances we brought in through grants. All the partners that donated, including tribal council in that partnership. Council will always support this school because this is what the council wants for the community.
Mm-hmm.
It's not putting each other down. It's not throwing each other away. The decision that came without proper protocol, nonetheless, the decision and the fact that has left the school in confusion and again, instability for staff and for students. There was no proper notice, no transition plan. It was simply a throwaway. Again, this is not what the school stands for, nor was it intended. The fact that it is in the middle of the school year, no notice to families, no notice to students, no notice, nothing, just word of mouth. You've
30
heard it from
seconds.
staff. This is an Indigenous education school, grounded in language and culture, to build our future leaders, to provide the safety, to provide the voice, to provide that land-based learning, that connection back to who they are, to support them, to keep them safe, and to encourage the voice, and to support,
10 seconds.
to help truly build the success, not to throw away, don't throw away people. You.
Good.
Hey, Brenda Counselor, but I got two other names. Do I get two more 5 minutes?
Taking away the first.
Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess real quick. We need to back.
Anyone else that public comment is done?
Oh, the public comment is completed, so we're gonna adjourn.
Do I have to be let in to finish the meeting online or?
No, I think if you just log in, it'll bring you right in.
Go in.
Yep, you don't need to be admitted.
I appreciate it.
What time is it? 7:05.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get into my board. Fermentation on the page, what's going on. Because, I graduated from college next year. And I want to go back It is, well,
So you get to big boys, grad project, it'd be nice to have that live view. Picture of it.
Yeah.
And I used to want to go to Iowa. Like 30. So you have to be. Yeah.
I also have like another conflict that kind of goes, I want to learn my language. And. That's where I'm really focused on, it's like.
Remember when, sure, there was, we were at the point, there was sign.
How long the fight goes way out.
Yeah, and, well, and I can see with how. All of this, I don't know, I have my power.
That's awesome.
I raised them.
But you're all very
Like, well, really, because I made a conversation. I'm just sitting here like, I like both. I guess I'll figure it out along the way. Yeah, so I've been really trying really hard to learn to like, it's hard. It is just how I also have ADHD.
They say, up there.
have a big binder where I printed everything out. Sunny Johnson's my teacher, and I'll be my way in. And, they have a totally different.
So I don't think they. Like in my personal opinion, I don't think so. That's just. So think about it, you're not born with two hands and ass.
Yeah.
So you just,
Mhm.
you just stumble out.
Yeah.
Like a baby, baby just pop around the body.
Yeah.
It just, it formulates like that. So that's where I'm excited, because I just wait for it, like, our time we're gonna start sharing all these different.
Yeah.
Build like. Add another card, add another card.
My kids are, they make fun of me because like ever since I started with Ojibwe, like all these things are on how to have Ojibwe, and I'm like, how am I gonna learn? But like, oh, she has Ojibwe now, everybody's like, well, you know what? The goal is everybody should.
I need a water or something. They have donuts in the lounge room over there. I need something to keep me awake. I'm tired.
And I had to bring a big jug of.
I brought this thinking that, yeah, it would be good.
Yeah, he was happy when I told him. I also wanted to go to the other school.
Holy.
Yeah, I haven't really known my bachelor's. I just knew I was gonna get my bachelor's. I just happened to go to a.
Catch up from.
Ended up listening to the whole thing and I'm like, wow, this is a government. This is only this. And
This is the working board.
We found that each audit there was always.
And this agenda wasn't even that.
Huh?
The agenda wasn't even that long either.
No, it's super long. I was like, this is the working board.
Oh my goodness.
The public comment.
Yeah, there's public comment in both of them because they're both meetings. But I'd like to discuss that we put a cap on that.
Is it in there already?
I wanna, if we can shorten them to 3 minutes and put a cap at 30 minutes total.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, it's a public meeting.
No, it's allowed. I liked my room kept turning on. I just left it. Okay, so you just left it and still.
We're gonna have to order in dinner,
Yeah, can I Venmo you?
right? But first we gotta find someone to go get it.
What was that note that was going around? That was, just about Todd.
Had to go at 6:30. Todd had to leave at 6:30.
Still on we're about to get to number 7.
Hour and 45 minutes to get to.
Twice, they did it twice.
Oh, I wonder if Manda will go get her some food. Your baby's probably hungry too.
She went from school class at 40 minutes to my house, got picked up there. Immediately was out of the bus, went all the way there, and just been sitting in my refrigerator. My son broke his foot, so he's in Duluth, otherwise she'd just be chilling at home with him. He's like, oh my God.
I should have brought my kid. I was thinking about it. I was like, it might be late, but then I was like, I want to make sure. I don't know. But then my daughter had gymnastics and her dad wanted to take her. Mhm. Yeah, she's that's her 4th year. My older daughter is her 5th year.
Bees it or what is it?
She's Jimmy G's 1 and Koya's a Rect Excel. They invited her to try out for like their traveling team, but she's like, no, I don't want to do that because it was gonna interfere with her soccer and her basketball season.
Oh my gosh, that makes me miss it. I used to go to the gym and well there for like 10 years.
Amanda, if we put it in order somewhere, can you go get it?
We're gonna reconvene our working board. Appreciate it. So we're gonna reconvene our working board at 7:14 PM. Okay, moving on to item 7, new business review of the regular board meeting for February 25th, 2026. Did we do it already?
I can't even find it now.
Banana.
It'll look like this one. It'll say rescheduled at the top. It should have been attached with the working board one. It might be in there. Yeah, right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they stapled them together.
So I was thinking about removing the public meeting from the working board and keep it in the regular then.
I think we have, yeah, but I think we have to keep it in both, but I think we should, discuss capping it. Like 3 minutes a person and capped at 30. Cause we gotta get to the other agenda items.
So are we gonna move the finance report then?
We have to reschedule that one.
Yep, we schedule that one to you. I will do it my lunch. For a special meeting on the revised budget. We're gonna do that as a special board meeting for finance.
Did you put this one in there?
Yeah. That was for,
Was that public comment?
yeah, that was. I didn't realize we were gonna do it. Going. Which one? Oh. What? You are allowed to die, okay? Except for me. Oh, that's in regards to, badges and they go home. Approval of that.
So policies is right there.
Like, much of a Hitler. Awesome, he said.
In regards to all.
Did you ask her, do you want one? You want one? Yeah. You know, you want one of these apple pie? That's peaceful. Is that the last sprinkle? Let's go grab it.
So we're gonna change the wording to A to having, motion to approve the process we all agree upon.
I think that would be right. Motion to approve, to fill the vacancies on board of directors, and then the motion to approve to the secretary. And how we go about how we go about doing.
You just wanna wait until I get that, so. Any more questions?
You know, I always come with the question.
Of course. Wouldn't be Beyonce if it wasn't. White man, you just take the whole wide strawberry. So, January 21st should be February.
No, it's in there. It's in there. They're both in there. 21st was our January meeting. February 6th was our emergency meeting. So we need to approve both.
C and D are the same thing. And one's regular. February has special, and then February 12th it has emergency. Minute. Working, regular.
But those aren't included in the packet.
We gotta take those off.
No, the January ones aren't included in the packet. The 6th and 12th are in there.
And then we have to take off the January. So no D.
But we just don't have January's. Where's?
Dan.
Yeah, he was supposed to. The other agendas are the minutes for January.
Did I?
We got February 6th and 12th.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't get
All right.
Thank you. Then that way we won't have to reschedule those. Cause I think that's like something that's repeatedly not in our packets is our previous board minutes.
That you stated the previous 5 minutes to be included in the. Yep. Any more discussion on that?
The only other thing that, I was suggesting was that when we do open the regular board, we do have to have a public comment, but, we are allowed to make parameters. And I would like to state, 3 minutes per person and 30 minutes total, so we can get to the rest of the agenda.
Yeah, this is the time.
Yeah. I want to give them the opportunity to speak, but we also have to be. Other than that. These are in there. This one is in there. We are in there. Does yours include a revised budget and finance report?
But here's 3 minutes, I think that has to be second.
Huh?
Bylaws.
It says that we can. It says that unless it's waived by a majority of the board members present. And yeah.
I remember the school board had that thing.
Yeah. As long as you guys are okay with that, right? That suggestion?
Just for tonight or?
Because there's so many and we've been.
Yeah, a lot of stuff to go through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
We're all good with the agenda.
One more look. No, I'm just kidding. Kidding, I'm kidding. I'm good.
So moving on to A for adjournment of, the working session. Can I get a motion for adjournment?
I'll
For the
motion.
meeting at
Oh,
7:24?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Any discussion for adjournment?
Nope.
I'll see what you vote. Yeah. McComas,
Pass.
Ronka.
Pass.
I need to ask for, I was gonna ask for removal of, Leslie's name on the.
On the agenda.
Yeah. No, actually, nothing past adjournment. Everything's agenda at 7:24 p.m. So on to regular board meeting agenda February, which was scheduled for February 18th, 2026. Rescheduled for Wednesday, February 25th, 2026. Meeting to be called to order at 7:25. Doing roll call, Bianca Mendoza.
Present.
Nicholas Pius.
Present.
Maria Fuente present. Chelsea Jordan present. And all the guests.
And all the guests. First time we ever needed a sign-in sheet.
Do you want to read the mission statement? Appreciate it.
Then there was a message, I mean, well, I don't know who it was from, if you can authorize everyone. There was a message about making sure something. Chat.
Make sure you put the voting process in the agenda, it shall. Oh, the voting process, that you have the paperwork for, but I forgot to add the agenda. The board voting, that's.
Is that what you changed or what you're gonna change?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So moving on, to item 2, mission and vision. Bianca, can you read that please?
Yes. The mission is to prepare each student for college with an enhanced knowledge of the Ojibwe language, culture, leadership, and environmental stewardship. At Endazhi-Nitaawiging, the vision is to create confident leaders grounded in their true inherent identities and to ensure that they are academically, socially, and spiritually prepared to positively change the community and world.
Moving on to 3, agenda approval, emotion. Asking for a motion to approve the agenda for regular board meeting agenda for February 25th, 2026 is presented.
I'll motion.
With changes and additions.
With changes and additions.
I think we got a motion in seconds and then discuss.
We'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Oops.
Any discussion?
Just to add that voting process.
There were a few others, right? And reschedule the finance report.
With Todd.
Yeah, because he had to leave.
Yeah. And then you.
Oh, and then change public comment to 3 minutes a person with a 30-minute cap. And then where were you putting the voting?
It should be at the beginning. It should be at the beginning. Just put it at 11.
We'll have to put it at the end.
How are you gonna word it?
Add the voting process within the agenda to allow.
So we have to give a 60-day notice, right?
Which will be Friday.
Okay, so adding the voting process to allow, is it elections? Yeah. The voting process to allow elections for the vacancy of the board member, board directors.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look really quick. There's the dates and stuff on there.
It could be added, by February 27th.
I think they wanted us to post it tomorrow.
What can I say? To add the voting process to be added for posting by February 26th. Tomorrow, 2025. 26. Geez, yeah.
The vacancy?
Yeah. Most beautiful, really. Any more discussion on the agenda?
It's. What about this part of the bylaws, section 4? Each director of the EN board shall be elected by the EN community, except in the case of vacancy in which a seat may be filled by the board resolution. Are we doing this instead of?
I think that's the first one. We have to nominate somebody to fill that position in.
Okay.
But that's a board decision.
And then we'll do this, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
This is for the annual meeting.
So without any more discussion on the review of the regular board agenda, we have, all in favor?
Aye.
Did we have that, finance and budget? Or budget and finance report? I don't have one in my hands. Okay.
I never received them from you. I have a gobble, you have a finance report?
For January, yeah, I emailed that, I thought I printed that off to a 20 stack of paper. It's January, this January. You just January?
Or is it February? February. I didn't even understand that. Right here.
It's just not printed.
Yeah. No.
Can you pull up that? Can I see that really quick about the vacancy?
There's a lot of the chat at the moment. So click on that. There's a lot. People in the chat.
I was trying to take notes.
Okay, you just click the screen, like, yep, and then you can press chat.
Hi, guys, it's Rochelle. I'm watching and listening, and I'm available if you have questions on any of it.
It's Rochelle. She said she's available if you have any questions on any of the.
You guys had a copy of the resolution. You guys could have just created it right now and printed it out. You guys had a template of a resolution. We never had one as a board, so I don't know who holds the template. I'm assuming head of school or executive director has a template of the resolution.
I haven't seen the resolution either in regards to it.
Probably a first step before you see any elected officers in the bylaws to have a resolution.
So would we have had to change anything to agree on how we are going to nominate someone? If we are going to look back at the ballot and to see who and ask her runner up?
Well, that's why we were pulling this up, because it says what to do in the event of a vacancy.
So if I could jump in, to fill a vacancy, the board can decide how you want to fill the vacancy until the annual meeting. And then at the annual meeting, you'll do the resolution, or you'll vote to approve that person that was voted in. So kind of two separate things that we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Are we not supposed to have an ex officio post somebody in if we're gonna go outside of the board decisions? I think that's we'll go like, we have to call, like, you guys are the decision makers. And if you want somebody to give you like advice, you can call them in, because I thought that's how it works.
Yeah, that's why we're consulting with Rochelle.
Okay. Yeah, because it just, I mean.
So that's what her contract was amended
Oh,
to.
okay. And because people are speaking out of it, and it just, I feel like it falls more on you guys or us as a governmental structure.
Yeah, it does. That's why we had questions when the agenda was presented to us.
And then what is that process? Did we just pull them in as ex officio if we want somebody?
Well, what I was thinking was using the last voting process for that secretary, and whoever. I didn't get the chance to look at what that looked like.
Right.
I did see it, but I didn't really review it, which I should have.
That in our email?
No. Michelle, do you have that list?
Dan, I gave Dan a copy of it, and if you want to see it, it's on my desk underneath my calendar. The last person on there, the next runner-up on there, I believe was, there was a runner-up, and she has a multi-name, I don't remember, but yeah, the board decides how you want to fill that vacancy until the election process.
So it is Anne Marie.
English Defoe, I believe is her name.
Martinez.
But Anne Marie is here.
Yeah, Mark Kingford could also be, because he could be a community member. So he could also be um, a candidate.
Will be that's the board's decision on who they're gonna put in there, right? You'd have to.
Interim, yeah, for the interim position until the election.
So what's next? What do we do?
Need to make a motion.
Yeah, make a motion to fix A.
Yep.
Hey, you guys, I just want to jump in here on the bylaws. It says 4.5 under section 4. So section 4 and then 4.5. Elections for an unexpired term. An election to fill a vacancy for a director whose term had not expired shall nonetheless begin a new 3-year term. So whoever you're going to put in is starting a 3-year term.
We start in April.
So then we wouldn't need the election for April?
No, some of your terms, Rochelle, maybe you can jump in here. This entire board was re-elected in June, is that, or was put in place last June, the 20th?
Yeah, that's correct. The entire board was put in, everybody's on a 3-year term. So
Okay.
the person who resigned then still has, I believe, like 2.5 years left on their term. So the vacancy, and what the bylaws say too, is to fill that vacancy, the board decides how they fill it. And then but we do have that election coming up too, so they can, my understanding is that they fill the vacancy until the election, and then the election, we post for one vacancy.
It should be in the minutes too, that we did that with Michelle Reynolds when the board chair appointed her on, and brought her in to fill that vacancy. So it should be in our past minutes that it's been done before.
So in the past, you guys have had somebody start a new 3-year term, or you've had somebody fill into the election?
They appointed until the election.
Okay. That was my understanding as well, but I am seeing in your bylaws in that section that you're appointing for a 3-year term. And this is where we had talked about staggering terms, so you're not turning over an entire board at the same time. This was how that was naturally going to happen, is that now you're starting a new 3-year term. It won't work out right to stagger the terms, but this is why that was in there.
So just not us putting in term until the next election, is that gonna reflect on her ability to serve if she applies again for the next election?
Yeah, I really, I don't feel like I can go through the bylaws like right on the spot with the committee all waiting and give you a solid answer on that. I wish that legwork had been done prior to tonight. What I'm not sure about is that I don't know if you have to have an election then, would be one of my questions.
That was my question.
Yeah.
If it restarts that term, then we
But
wouldn't
you
need
guys,
that.
I can't in the moment give you legal advice on that. So then that you,
So Beth?
yeah.
Beth? Yeah, it was clearly stated, and this is from the authorizer's perspective, in the deficiency letter that we should have 5 at all times, board members. So that's in the deficiency letter.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing that. I'm just arguing the length of the term according to your bylaws. Um, so it's either appointing somebody tonight, it's just a question about um, what that means. Also, I think there's an argument to be made. Your elections are 60 days away, so by the time you get somebody trained and like ready to be seated, um, it might already be election time. So, um, these are things that needed to be hashed out pre-board meeting.
I believe that we're going to be scheduling a special in the next couple of days for the revised budget. And I think we could probably add it on there and then seek legal advice too. What I do know is that it's up to the board to decide how they want to fill the vacancy. The length of the vacancy, I think, is in question, but what's not in question is it's the board's decision on how they want to fill that vacancy. And they can do it by appointment, or they can do it by going back to the past election and looking at the last couple runners up, or, they could solicit people who are interested. I mean, it's up to the board to decide that. But I think what Beth is saying is what's in question is that the length of, once they fill that vacancy, what's the length of that office? But it is up to the board to decide how they want to fill it.
Yeah, and it's up to the directors on the board. That is their call.
The suggestion was to appoint Anne Marie. But as Beth's talking about, the length of time to get her trained in as a board member, by the time we get her trained in, it's already going to be election time.
But then that's the question too, though, because if we appoint her, does that restart the 3-year term? And do we have to have that election?
Yeah, if we appoint her and she agrees, she's nonetheless begin a new 3-year term. And then we don't have to have elections, but we're agreeing on that right now.
I think we should get somebody in and we should figure this out later. To me, it says that, up here, a seat may be filled by board resolution until the next annual meeting. Election shall be held at the annual meeting, 60 days. And, elections for an unexpired term. So it's my understanding that that position would go up for election. Is that your understanding?
That's kind of what happened to me, actually. I was appointed and then I was still on the ballot to be renewed for the whole 3 years, but voted. Now that I think about it.
But I know that some of these have changed since then because they were part of the deficiency.
Yeah, part of what you want as a board is staggered terms because you don't want the whole board to turn over and then kind of nobody have the background on the financials or the operations, because that can hurt the organization. So I know the bylaws were rewritten recently to address that, and it was going to be addressed by people not necessarily filling a term. Things come up and people have to drop out or resign. So that should make a natural staggering. I would think this would make a natural staggering because I think their term would end in 2 years in June because you can't go over the 3-year period. Does that make sense? Because if they went for 3 years, by the time they got to the next election, they'd be over 3 years.
Yeah.
So this seat would be up for election again in spring of 28.
Yes, that's my understanding is this would create a natural staggering to have an election for this position.
Yeah.
So I think if the board would like to at least decide how you want to fill that vacancy, you can at least do that and then we can move forward and we can take movement on this at the special.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
What was that?
Just appoint somebody and then discuss it later.
Well, no, I'm not saying appoint somebody. I'm saying decide how you want to fill the vacancy. Do you want to go back to the past election and look at the runners up? Do you want to appoint somebody? Do you want to put a call out for people who are interested? So like the board should decide how you want to fill it, and then we can, once you make that decision, then we can move forward from there.
I agree with going with the next two runners. For simplicity.
I would say that, Ricky, that falls on you.
That was my thought too, was to, use the past election process that was done in June. And then take the one that was the lowest voting.
Or the next person in line, you mean?
That you, cause I know Anne Marie had 16 votes and Mark Kingberg had 22 votes. So I was thinking about the lowest one with the votes.
Okay. Why is that?
I thought about that because it's like, I don't know. I reached out to Mark, but I haven't received no response from him.
That makes sense. And she's here.
Yeah. No, she accepts. So we're gonna move, where we at here? So we're gonna do. Maybe this advice to approve, appointing. From the last election. The person that with the lowest score or the lowest votes.
I don't know about like putting a parameter on like that, just like that the board could appoint someone with the like,
The commitment
yeah.
to be here at a meeting.
Mhm.
Yeah. From the prior school board elections. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Motion to, if I remember that motion to approve appointed prior board candidate on the last election.
We need to say.
Yeah, right, we gotta be
It
specific.
needs to be specific.
Motion to approve appointed prior board candidate on the last school board election.
We also specify on there that it begins a new 3-year term,
I think we were gonna discuss that.
because that's what it says on here. It says a director whose term had not expired shall nonetheless begin a new 3-year term.
But then she was talking about like staggering things and.
That would automatically stagger it though.
Would it?
And it says that we have to have 2 seats of the board stagger every other year.
Then we would just have one.
We would need to figure out, we could discuss that at the next one, which second one.
Leslie's term. Yeah. What it is.
No, not her term, her seat, but the term would begin a new 3, yeah. Because it says here we're supposed to stagger 2 seats.
If I could interject for just a quick second. When we were going through with our attorney and also with Osprey when we were looking at doing this, revising the bylaws. One of the things came up is we knew that we needed staggered terms, but because it was all new elections, there was a consensus that within that first 3 years of everybody being on there, there's a good chance that at least one or maybe two people would resign off of the board, and that would give us an automatic staggering of term. And sure enough, this first year, we already had one resignation, which helps us to stagger that term. And then going forward, we'll have to see within the next year if there's going to be another resignation from the board, and that would give us another staggered term. So because our situation was unique, the board election was supposed to happen the year before and it didn't, so that all of the board members all of a sudden were up. All of the board members were at 3 years and they were up. And so we had to have all new board members elected. What we didn't do was give them staggered terms because we thought within this first 3 years of the new board that they would stagger naturally. Does that help? Okay.
So. There's no one was looking at it, so. Remember? Yeah. Are we still going with that? Yep. Yep. Action that, yeah. Add that to it, yeah. Yeah.
You're my great hand lady, so you're gonna have to.
I'd like to move on to D.
Yeah. No, well, we're still on, right? You have any?
We're just in discussion right now.
Hey, we read right here in law. What are we doing?
There are two ayes to agenda approval, and Bianca had something else to add. Some clarification for A, and we have the shelf off, and then we fixed A, and we are still in the action portion of agenda approval. You want to do an actual vote?
Where is that? This one? Yes.
Hopefully, and the comments, but
Okay. So, can we have a revote on the approval of the agenda? The board meeting agenda, because it's going to take people into the agenda. Chelsea?
Yes.
Nicole?
and that was just with that terminology.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Motion passed with revisions. Want to read public comment?
Oh, what?
She had the 3 minutes and we have the 30 minutes.
Oh. So now we're moving to number 4, public comment. Welcome to this meeting of the school board here at Endazhi-Nitaawiging. We are extremely pleased that you have shown interest in our school affairs by attending this meeting. The school board allows public participation at its meeting, but at the same time, we would like to limit the time each person talks to 3 minutes. And we need to put a cap on the total amount of time at 30 minutes. The school We will provide the audience with an opportunity to request to speak. We request that before you speak, you announce your name. Each speaker will be allowed 5 minutes unless the time limit is waived. Oh, go ahead. By a majority of the board members present. At a public meeting of the board, no person shall orally initiate charges or complaints against individual employees or the district or challenge instructional materials used in the district. All such charges, if presented to the board directly, shall be referred to the executive director of Endazhi for investigation and report. We would also like to remind the public that school board is not allowed to comment on your concerns. If there are no questions, we will open the public comment section of the board meeting.
Do we have any more public comment?
I'll do a public comment before I head out. So I just wanted to kind of branch off that last meeting of public comment. So I was listening to everybody regarding about not having guidance within the decision of the board, and the board has legal right to term any contract. And that I see that if there is, that the executive director should be placed in completing those roles of head of school, because that would be the next person in line. And my question is like, what skills does the executive director have in head of school? And being with my work experience with both individuals at both schools, that's my concern about the charter school. And everybody should have just worked with Nate as executive director versus trying to bring back Sylvia. What I see is him not having the skill of leading a school without Sylvia, is what I'm hearing. Mio.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
As these two people started this school and they have did a lot of funding and a lot of networking to bring money into the school, they have the ability to bring more money into the school than what is all the fear mongering about, oh, the school don't got no money, the school is gonna collapse. Their world is not just Red Lake. These people went to Kansas, they went outside of these borders to go to school to make networks with 132 tribes in the whole United States, from California to New York. Now, when the school started, they should have outlined her position, her salary, his salary, because every school and every administration has principals and they have superintendents and they have administrative costs. You go over there and tell your tribe about administrative costs, because when the BIA gives you a cut in appropriation of federal dollars for college kids, they take it right out of there in one big pool, and right off the top, they chop off $80,000 for your tribal. That could put 4 more people through college. But no, you have to pay for an education director. That was the whole problem with self-determination and contracting within a tribe. They cut themselves out. Because when all that money is in one big pool, everybody can use it in different tribes. It's the same principle here. They're not trying to cut anybody out. They're trying to meet costs. They're not playing the blame game. They know they have a budget. These two have a master's degree from the University of Minnesota in tribal management. They're not stupid to budget.
1 minute.
So, I think that the board overreacted, firing this person. And they need to understand her side of the point, the blame game, whatever it is, that we're not hearing. When it has to do with finances. So you do have a big issue, but I don't think that, I think you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Because they do network, they do get grants to keep the school funding.
You guys.
My name is Natalie Welly. I was present at the last meeting. So I would like the negative comments spoken about employees taken out of the record. I thought that was stated at the beginning that you can't come for curriculum or an employee. And I've heard a lot of comments directed at people specifically as employees. When we were speaking about the lack of guidance, we were not calling out specific people. We were talking about the consequences of actions taken while in a board meeting. And I think that's the difference between what should be taken from the comments.
I just hope the board remembers the mission and vision of the school. This is not a mainstream institution. This is not intended to be a westernized school. It's not intended to run like a mainstream school or a westernized ideology of what school districts look like now and what they're doing now. This is a unique school. It was designed that way on purpose. Give our students their identity and connection back to Mother Earth, to all of our relatives. You guys have the contract for the school. It's written in there. A lot of those goals have been met with our leadership. Again, we can bring anybody in here that has a quote principal license or quote ran a school that's been in operation for 50 years to run this school. But guess what? You will get a mainstream school system. Experience from mainstream ideology. Oppressors. That's what the school is teaching these days. Everybody knows this, and that's not why we developed this school. The school was developed to give our students a voice, to give our families a voice, to have confidence in that, to be supported and to be empowered, to be who they are, to be proud of being Anishinaabe. Can't get that in any other mainstream education, because you know what they tell us? Sit down, be quiet. Listen to what we're teaching you. This is what's important.
30.
That's not what we do here. This is not a mainstream school. If it turns into a mainstream school, pretty sure a lot of the parents will pull their kids because they have their kids here because of what this school stands for. Language, culture, connection, identity, support, engagement, empowerment, voice. That's why our kids are here. They're not here because it's just another school. Guaranteed, there's many options here for other schools. They can easily pull their kids. We've lost kids. I don't know, 6 to 9 kids within the last 2.5 weeks. So this school is designed purposefully to be indigenized education, educational reform that focuses on who we are as Native people, no matter which direction we come from, which tribe we come from. That's what this school is designed for. We are not a mainstream westernized education. I hope the board remembers that in all decisions going forward as they represent the school and the students.
I just wanted to add to that real quick, that the part of, we can never forget, it's a famous quote. You can't use the master's tools to rebuild your house. In that sense, we cannot forget that this is who we are. This is a critical point in how the education of Red Lake is going to go as far as doing it and taking it upon ourselves to do it. I feel like there's so much at stake right now. And a lot of times you look through history, it was our own people that killed their own leaders. And that makes me sad, you know, like Sitting Bull, Crazy Horse, it's continuous. It's never stopping. You know, Sylvia's right, you know, that we cannot forget why we came together. We cannot forget why. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. This is the most people I've ever seen come. I wish it was like this every board meeting. I know we wouldn't be in this situation we're in now, but I know we cannot forget this. And if the school wants to, you know, I was told by the authorizer today, it's not Beth, but, Erin. She said, remember, I told you, you can indigenize your board. You can indigenize your governmental structure. And I said, we're so foreign to who we used to be that we don't even know what that looks like anymore. And, you know, but if we came together and as Ibejigomen, as one, and made that decision as a people, how we want to structure our decisions, that's us. We can totally own that. But if we want to emulate the dominant society and keep doing this Robert's rule, all this other stuff that we're doing, the structure, we're just following the colonizer, and we're going to end up the same way. So I feel like that has to be said. This is my other half, and the dream was a beautiful dream when it started. But I don't know which direction we're headed, and that's what I want to really make of that statement. That this is a critical point. Let's come together as a people. We can never forget that. Those children depend on us. The future depends on us. That's all I wanted to say. I wanted to add to
that. Real quick about the Western High School stuff, and our school here. Coolest thing about it since I started when we were still in the old building over there. So back then, we got to do a lot of the cool stuff that you couldn't do in the districts here, or any school at that, like that, unless you were going to Wadukadading or something like that. We got to, show the kids how to do moose hide, cut up moose meat, which is something that's rarely done here since the outlawing of, hunting moose. We got to do deer, we got to, flesh deer hide, make leather out of deer hide, moose hide, elk hide. We got to work with all of that. All these kids got to enjoy doing all that stuff. And a lot of them haven't gotten that opportunity to even learn how to do a deer hide, because a lot of people today try not to bring our kids out to teach them how to actually field dress a deer and how to take care of a deer after that. Along with that, we got to teach the kids how to do cut up walleye and all our fish that we caught. Got to go trapping, got to do hide work with those animals as well. A lot of it, all of the kids have been able to do that just right here, right in this school. We haven't gotten to do that this year. And another thing that we should have been doing already was preparing for tapping maple trees. And
1:30.
we haven't, nowhere near that this year. One of the things I got started when we were in the old building was doing a buggy jiggy, and that lake opened up and before it closed. So, sorry. But yeah, it's one of the coolest things here that we got to teach the kids on why we do all those things and why we do the things for the lake to watch over us, and how we do things for each season, especially with all those indigenous games that we have been showing earlier this year when all the love was here in the school. I'm not saying all that love left for our kids, but amongst some staff and stuff, kind of, yeah. So, you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Cindy May, also known as Leon Spain. I am the first grade paraprofessional this year. I've been a part of the Endazhi-Nitaawiging team since the very first year. I started out as an AmeriCorps member, modular building, and I didn't grow up around the culture, the language at all, so I really fell in love with the mission statement that the founding individuals have brought to us in our community. And I continue to learn and grow along with these kids. And the termination of the head of school that happened a few weeks ago was really a surprise. I did not even hear of the special board meeting that was happening. I came into work that Monday to hear of this happening, and I felt that that was really unfair to not only the staff, but the children and the school as a whole. And it's affecting everybody. I wasn't really trying to talk, but so I'm trying to find the words as I go. But yeah, our energy transfers down to the kids who attend this school, and that's a big thing. I believe that we all deserve better, and that communication is key in all areas, especially for something that big and huge. Yeah, would have appreciated maybe like a notice of some sort, because yeah, it felt
A minute 30.
kind of hectic. And I just think we all deserve a better environment to learn and to create good spaces for these kids, the memories. And our main focus should be on these kids and what their future is going to look like, and the present. We can only live in the present for now, but we should also be thinking about the future. Yeah, it's been heavy on my mind. I wish
1 minute.
things were different, but we all learn as we go. And I would just appreciate more communication within everything going on.
We got 5 minutes.
Any more comments?
I'd like to,
Oh, sorry.
hi, I wrote a letter when this first was announced. I was wondering if I could read it here, just as another perspective of what's been going on. I wrote this from my heart. When I first started at the school, Nate told me the story of how it came to be and how he and Sylvia had this dream that so many people contributed to.
Hallie?
Right now,
Hallie?
what? Yeah.
Before you continue, can you make sure that you omit any names in your letter?
Oh, including the name of the oh, okay.
Just no names. You can state a person, but no name.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm right now I am just speaking as the child of many parents' dreams, just as the school was the dream of many of you. And I just wanted to share how I see my own story reflected here in what's happening. I was the dream of my parents who raised me, but I was also the dream of the mother they took me from, who the court sided against because she was too young and they were more educated and well established. In being raised their dream of found and won, I became her nightmare of lost and stolen. They all loved me, as I know you, the board, must love this school and want to protect it in every way you want, in every way you can, with the education that you hold, and shape it in a way that fits your dreams too. And I have no doubt the school will survive and still do good for many, but I also see how it would suffer, and that path may be painful and messy if we remove the current leadership. We are all dreamers, and it is easy to dream, and it is much more difficult to breathe life into it the way that I've seen it done here. It's very easy to say you could have more experience or ideas to do it better, and just like the courts of my childhood, some may agree that you would. The people who brought this school to life and who I've seen doing the work and in leadership have really done a great job. And I see you loving this school the way my parents who raised me love me, by fighting for it based on what you think would be better in your care. But I'm advocating for a school I identify with as somebody who was fought for by two different raising identities in a way I couldn't be spoken for when I was in my own infancy, being fought for by two sides of my raising, two paths that I could have taken. That this school is a powerful dream and that it will find its way no matter who raises it and who is in control of it. but I believe it would be best left in the care of those who started it and had the will to birth it into being in the way that it is. That as a teacher, I can only teach so many kids, and that this school has the power to change lives in ways we can only contribute to, but none could do alone. I am asking as a child of both the ones who won me and the one who lost me not to make the mistake of removing this school from those who brought it to life in its infancy, but I also implore you as the daughter who truly loves the ones who took me to choose a third path and to team up with them, to lend your knowledge they do not have while understanding they know things you do not too, to truly be on the same team, and that the reason children are sacred is that they see things in ways we forget and are here to remind us of it, and to be humble enough to see that their ideas that differ from yours the same way, because you all bring very real knowledge and perspectives from which this school can benefit, that through disagreements you maintain respect, not quick
Allie,
jumps
your
to
time is
judgment.
up.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
If I can, I just would like to reiterate, my name is Dion Widener, and one of the strengths of the school is the clear and consistent cultural vision. It's grounding in Ojibwe language, identity, and leadership. That cultural foundation is part of what makes Endazhi distinct and meaningful to families. As leadership decisions are made, I hope this vision remains centered and protected. I hope we will consider reinstatement.
Good. That is time.
Right, well, that's the time for the public comment. So moving on to number 7 on the reports. So we have the finance report.
I think he gave it to us. It's the sticker packet, the final one that was provided.
So wait a minute, do you want to go over it? Is your committee?
Sure, but I thought we were gonna wait until the special board meeting to go over that when Todd was gonna be there. That's what I was. I think.
We know.
I don't have a.
Oh, I just I
think-
the cash is in the negative right now. Yeah, that was all in the balance.
So are we, should we go over this now? Are we gonna wait until Todd is here or what?
It's in reports. I think in order to approve them, we took that off for a special meeting, right?
Oh, okay.
Scheduled, so we took off the reschedule as a special. But it's still in the reports, we can still look at it.
So yeah, we are in the negative and there was a lot of discussion about that in the last meeting about getting some more information about our finances and where the money's coming from and where the money is going. And we had to make some, or we're gonna have to make some very difficult decisions about, like who gets paid and who doesn't get paid. And I think that there was some money coming in so that we wouldn't have to discontinue the after-school programming, and I believe that that is in our packet here. And you could see the numbers that we have there.
So it says cash is in the negative due to the cash flow issue, what does that mean?
We don't have.
So we're in the
flow
negative
coming in.
120 and then we have 250 in bills due in February.
Yeah.
So it's
$370.
$370,000 in deficit.
If I could interject in the board on the finance, I did talk to Todd a little bit today. You're looking at 2 different things. You're looking at the finance report. This is the one that was discussed at the last finance meeting that Nokomis is reporting on. And since then, we took a look, and then the revised budget is something that I was hoping we could get to. Todd needs to report on that and review the revised budget with you. And so I was hoping we could do a special on that right away. We do have to have that turned into Osprey. I think it's by March 15th, if I'm correct. So we need to get moving on that. But for sure, you want Todd to review the revised budget with you. But what you're looking at there is the finance from the last finance committee meeting that we had. And what Todd did say today is, you know, we're okay right now to do, we had some title dollars come in, some other dollars come in, and so we're okay to make payroll and a little bit left over to pay down on some of the bills that we have. I just don't have the exact ones, but I know Osprey Wild will be paid. They are due by tomorrow, I think, or the next day. And then there's a couple other ones that will get paid right away too. So we're going to be able to make payroll, going to be able to pay our liabilities. We're going to be able to pay down a couple of those outstanding debts that we have. So, and then I know he wanted to talk to you all about the revised budget. So two different things that we're looking at.
Thanks, Michelle.
As to that, we're just having a breakdown of communication, but there's monies that I've been finding and putting into the bank to cover it. And, but I do want to get to the level, we have some more communication, so everybody's on that same page.
Yep.
And, I've been really trying to include the tribe in this because the tribe does play a big part in the school. So I've been going to the treasurer, I've been going to chairman, I've been going to, to the secretary too. That I think in the best interest of moving forward, we really need to have to come together on that as a whole, not just certain people. So I feel like I really wish Todd could have been here tonight. You know, it seems kind of be a common theme where he can't make it.
He was here, but he had to leave
Okay, all right.
at 6:30, and that was when we had the
Okay.
public comment, so kind of over.
Right, yeah, because I think, that's what it boils down to, and like I was saying earlier too, I was like, how do we decolonize our minds in a monetary system? That monetary you cannot get rid of. And that's if anybody's got the answer to that, I'm all ears, so, sure.
So my suggestion to that one is like when you get grants coming in, please specify under what it's for and what it can be used as. And so SMS is not, just generally sending it across to different roles.
Yeah.
Those grants have parameters to where it needs to be used.
That's the overall, like if I learned anything from this, and no, if Sylvia learned anything from this, that we needed a person that is oversight of, that's a job in itself.
It is.
And we sincerely apologize for trying to take that on, but that is definitely a job that needs needs oversight for sure. Somebody on hand that can be really transparent and say, this is what's going on.
And those guidelines were provided in the deficiency.
Yep.
All right, so then should we wait to examine all of these until the approval? At least we have them now and we can examine them and then approve them at the special board meeting.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, let's move on to
So where are we at now?
executive director report. Okay, we're supposed to have a printout, deficiency report, or the findings, right?
What was that?
We're supposed to see the printout of the report for executive director.
The summary?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was supposed to be provided.
And then there's supposed to be the deficiency for the executive director? No.
Yeah, I was finding in the reports for the board that we need to see reports. like how SMS had their summary sheet for the executive director's report.
Do you have a paper copy for that? Nate,
Or
for your executive report, because it needs to be in
copy 10, you got that paper copy, because you had the email, we sent it to you, your email. So it's on yours, should be on your email. You talking about the budget?
No,
What are we talking about?
we're talking about your report.
Oh, my report?
Yes.
No, I don't have a paper copy of it.
So my suggestion, if you're gonna do an oral report, you need to do a handwritten one also for the board. Appreciate it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Are you gonna do an oral report?
Right now?
Yep, yep.
Yeah, okay. It was really beautiful to see a lot of people come together tonight. A lot of good words, a lot of harsh words. Being a leader in a unique community, I was told, and I think Troy quoted it too. You have bullets in the front, arrows in the back. If you don't have them, you're not leading. You're not doing anything. And with that, I always think of Mom's teaching. Mom said, all of the king's men, read that book, please. I read it and watched the movie. As soon as you get thrown into a leadership role, as soon as you acquire that role, as soon as the spotlight goes onto you, you could be the most purest, innocent, come down with a shining light, land on earth. But as soon as you have to make decisions, hard decisions, easy decisions, you're not going to please everybody. And there's been a lot of hard decisions that we had to make throughout our time here. A lot of hardship. There's a lot of friends that I lost. People that I genuinely cared about. I really care about. I didn't want to part ways with these people. But we took on this mission. We took on this dream.
Yeah.
And the point that I want to get to is that how do we move forward? So as a report to our board, and it was a report to our people, that I feel like our school is kind of in a bad place right now. I see it affecting the kids. We've lost 9 children that pulled out of the school. We also have parents calling, saying if Sylvia doesn't come back, I'm pulling my kid out. So just being in this position is really challenging. But I took on this challenge, and I feel like, I really feel like I took on this challenge, and I have to hold my integrity and believe in our people. I believe that we can move forward.
Online, can you mute your mic, please?
Somebody's microphone on?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. So I just really want to, remind the board that, whatever decisions you make, I'm content. I'm not going to be happy. I'm not going to hold hard feelings. So whatever decisions that have to be made, this has been such a beautiful dream to come home and to make some changes in the community. And I feel like everybody's watching, and it's going to come down to that, and I did tell my staff, I said, we're not mad at anybody. Let's never forget how important the children are to us. Let's never forget that. And, I feel like I absolutely have to say this, that Sylvia and I proposed her
when we opened the school. And since then, she's married the school, I feel like, with her 12 to 18 hours of work. You know, it might be a blessing if you guys let her go, because I can have my wife back. But at the same time, all those kids will always be in my, they burned their hearts into my heart and all of our hearts. So I feel like I probably shouldn't say this, but if she's not coming back, I'm probably not coming back again. And that's because I can't, I can agree that, yeah, maybe we should take on different roles. Maybe we taking on too much on different things. Why I'm in my spot? I had a grandpa and grandma, they used to run a store in Panema. Grandpa Tom Spears and Mary Spears. They were a mom and pops type figure in the Panema community. And I felt like that's kind of what we did. We had that philosophy. There is no school like this school. So if you're gonna look through the books and see, you know, you'll never find another school like this. This school says it who we are. It is exactly what we're gonna make it as a people, united. But if we decide to go the other way, then that's all gonna fall on us. So I feel like, you know, whatever we decide as a people is what's meant to be. And I really care about these children, and I feel like that's has to be said from my heart. And I'm sorry that I'm putting my heart into that, but the way Sylvia and I lead, I come from the heart and she comes from the brain. And we complement each other. And if the time is up, I'm willing to accept that. And I just wanted to say that much. Miigwech.
She is.
We were supposed to get an updated report on, student count and stuff like that.
Can't hear.
We were supposed to get an updated report on student count and the,
Student count. They have that in.
Is that
I think it was 91 the last I saw.
it's due during the executive director report.
I think
So it's at 88, but we lost 9 students from 92.
We were at 96 before,
Yeah.
but it's on this report, it says 98, so I don't know where those other two came from.
We were just looking over this. Yeah.
Did you guys want me to go print it out?
Yeah, can you?
We're supposed to get that in order.
Yeah. There was 3 things that were required on that report, right? It was the updated student count. Was it STAR, not STAR, it was something else, the wheel,
Start testing, or what's that?
the progress on like the wheel or the STAR testing one, which one was it?
Let's just have it up right here.
Coming off of this thing, that was gonna be part of my report.
Your reporting had a.
Star results.
Star testing is showing student progress and growth. Teachers will be taking place, the placement test in the month of March.
March what?
The end of March.
Students will be taking the placement test in the month of March.
Middle of March.
I'll have us take them up.
I bet you it's like that. Thank you.
So do you remember what else student count, placement testing, and then what else?
There was a third thing that was supposed to be reported. Hold on, it might be in here. The student achievement data. Dan, are you gonna cover all this?
So he's the intern right now.
Yeah, according to the organizational chart that was made last month.
Yeah.
Right? The org chart that was created.
Ben.
We didn't create it.
School information fed through an AI system. School information fed through an AI system.
Public record. No specific private school information.
This was fed through an AI system. Just was fed through an AI system. Do we have policy on that?
I only used public record is the only thing I put into the AI.
I just want to be mindful and careful of not sharing.
Very much so, and then it would not hurt to actually have policy in place. I would definitely
I
encourage
think that was part of the internal controls that was supposed to be set up. Yeah.
All right, yeah, so Daniel Jorgensen, interim head of school. So as far as my other duties that I had before taking on computer, I'm still maintaining the school systems, computer systems, endpoint systems, and working with the tribe to maintain the network systems. Everything has been stable in that regard. I did note on the policy audit that's listed here, that one I wrote in myself because I did notice that the 705 series lists a requirement for a designated investment officer, but there's no name on there. So I was thinking I could try and come up with a recommendation for you, but of course, as a board, that would be on your determination who to apply to that particular position.
Does that go through finance committee?
I would imagine.
That's 705 on the policy if you want to take a look at it later and determine what you guys want to do with it. With the change in my role, I've had to put a hold on my work towards getting us towards our school food authority. We're still vendoring through the school district. I was really hoping over the last couple of years, I've been really trying to push us towards doing our own food and getting healthier food for the school, for the students, and it's a lot on my plate. The school is still committed to its mission and vision for Ojibwe language, culture, and language stewardship. I'm also working on my own to develop a student advisory council and staff collaboration. I would like to propose at some point for our policy 506 non-exclusionary discipline to try and help give our students a voice and at least some kind of say in what goes on with the school, or at least an opinion. And then in the packets, I did have STAR results from that was our winter testing, and so there's the fall testing and the winter testing. I've told anywhere that was it. And this is the information I got from Joel. If you told me that any of the information with dashes in it is there wasn't enough student data to do it without releasing identifiable information. Otherwise, it does show the growth on that on one of them by percentages.
I think it's this one.
Yeah, that's that stack. Yeah. And then it shows the difference between the fall and the winter. So it does show growth for some grades. I'm not trying. I'm just going. I just had sent in the reports to you guys so that full transparency to see exactly where we sit. I wasn't the one that started the STAR, and so if you need help understanding the data, I would recommend speaking with Jola when she's in. She's the one who provided the reports for me.
Do you guys have a membership count from the last meeting?
And that's all I have for my report. Thank you.
I don't think this is correct. That's what's in JMC though. Hey. So can you do an accurate count? Because she said this was Right, yeah, because I'm pretty positive we started out with 96 at the beginning of the, not the school year, but like the beginning of January. And I know that a couple kids have left, more than a couple kids have left, and it's down to 88. I checked that today.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty positive I have all of the names down. I have
Are these
left.
numbers not reflecting?
Yeah, they're not.
Okay.
But we were going over it the other day. We were trying to, like, cause there's phone calls, there's some that are phone calls, like there's a couple that are kind of difficult where, due to, I don't know if I can say it, like, due to some of the, health concerns. We have to verify if they're gonna come back or not, like, we can't just, so there's a couple that are like that too. And then there's a couple that
So
are.
they're excused, basically, so they should still be
Yeah,
counted.
well,
So they are
but they hit the 15-day, right?
But the ones that it's not reflecting in the January 5th date where all of these kids were there, so there was 96 total, on January 5th. From then it dropped to 88.
So keeping it in line too, I forgot what the exact number is. I think it's maybe 10,000, but for funding wise, MDE gives us, I think 10,000 a student, so.
And right now we're
if-
funded under
yeah,
70,
So
right?
if
And
we
this
keep
needs to be
losing
updated.
students, that number's definitely gonna drop.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think they were waiting on that student count so they could reimburse us, right?
Yeah.
And that needed to be reported.
Yeah.
So that's still in progress, or?
Yes. We're good.
All right, moving on to, reports from the APAC. Yeah.
So again, thank you for a written report.
Progress.
I've got a written report. He's the computer guy, he can do anything.
So we're gonna go APAC, yeah, no APAC?
Many have.
We haven't had a meeting.
No meeting.
I will, like,
What was the day of the week that we agreed we were gonna originally do it?
I don't know, I showed up one day and it wasn't that day.
So.
I guess the Thursday, because remember we showed up on a Wednesday, and it was ahead.
So when was the last meeting that you had?
It was last October.
Last year.
Was that last October?
Oh.
October, yeah.
What kind of parent are you?
One that comes pick the kid every day though.
American Indian Parent Association.
Alright, so we go on to, new business A.
Wow. Yes. Can you go ahead and even show her this real quick?
I mean,
Yeah, can you?
or should we wait?
She's like, get over here.
Can you, oh wait, let's wait.
Yeah,
So we're on
we'll wait for you.
Page,
Anna Marie.
I just feel like we're gonna lose our.
What?
So wants to show you something. Integrity of my thoughts the further this night goes on.
I know, right?
I need caffeine. You know?
So, I'm just gonna let her read that, so moving on to 8, new business, I'm asking for a motion to approve appointed prior board candidate on the last school board election ballot to the board of directors.
Can you name the appointee?
Wouldn't that be to the approval? Or do we need a namer?
That's why it's blank.
So I need a motion to approve appointed prior board candidate Anna Marie English Defoe on the last school board election ballot to the board of directors.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
I guess the discussion is, do you accept the nomination?
Oh, did you accept the nomination for, appointed secretary, appointed to the board of directors?
You would begin like a 3-year term. It would be a 3-year term.
Go for it. No, this is not the parent committee meeting. You have to be here.
Well, people need to show up for that. They don't.
Thank you to your commitment to the school.
So if I could just interject, Anne Marie, we'll get you a background check and we'll get you your initial training so that you can be seated.
When
Once you
would that
get your initial training, we can get you seated.
And that seating takes place July 1st?
No, it'll take place as soon as we can get her initial
now?
training done. We can get her seated.
And her name will be on the ballot in the July or.
The annual meeting.
Yep.
Okay, any other, oh, go ahead, sorry.
I don't have any more discussion.
I don't have any discussion.
Okay, we're gonna take a vote.
Is she seated, or actually, I do, will she be seated now and finish out the meeting with us then, or how does that work, or?
No, she can't be seated until she finishes her initial training. And then she can be seated.
And, okay.
And then what?
Oh, I was just wondering, is that the one, can she do that on her own time though, so that she can be ready by the next meeting?
I think Rochelle's
Yes,
gonna.
there's an online that she can do, so, yep.
Are we ready for a vote?
Yep.
Yes.
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 Yes. Motion passed.
Congratulations.
Welcome to the board.
Thank you for accepting.
Beach.
Well, next time though.
So moving on to 8B, a motion to approve Anna Marie English Defoe to secretary vacancy.
No, I think we can still vote with name, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And if I could interject one more time, I think that motion doesn't need to be on the agenda. Once she's seated, then you'll nominate her and for that
So-
position.
We need to make an amendment to the agenda. Right?
I think we just table
Table B.
it. No motion for that.
Second that motion to table.
Any discussion?
And
I have no discussion.
Taking a vote, Chelsea,
Yes.
the table B. Thomas, yes. Bianca,
Yes.
Gloria, yes. Motion passed. Motion, moving on to C, motion to approve the working board minutes of January 21st, 2025.
No, that's too many pages. Okay.
So we
Fourth time's a charm.
Dan,
Done.
Bema. The working board in
For January.
January one, yeah,
21st.
yeah, January come on.
I was like,
I saw a typo that says 2025 for a motion to approve working
that
board
too.
minutes.
Oh,
This
yeah,
year.
I did too.
Yeah.
I've seen that before and I didn't. So can we get we need to motion for school to change that date?
we don't have to motion for that, but like,
Did we already say change?
yeah, just
Yeah.
during discussion that we change it.
Online, Bradley Harrington ordered it. Was he coming?
You think for the convenience and stuff we're gonna be. Do we have all of them?
We have the other ones that were requested, that was the last one.
Thank you, Dan.
Oh, you didn't have one.
Yeah, you can get them right away then.
I didn't even look last time he handed that.
I don't want to be
Right.
looking through this. Oh, wait.
Like, oh, wait.
I make a motion.
Okay.
We gotta see. Remember, I always make a motion and second before they're talking about it.
Okay, I'll second.
Discussion on the agenda.
I don't have any.
All the dates match. I think that's what was wrong with it, why we pushed it back.
Right?
I have no discussion.
Okay. Please take the vote on, approving the working board minutes for January 21st, 2026.
Yes.
Chelsea. Nicole. Yes. Bianca.
Yes.
Victoria. Yes. So moving on to the motion to approve the regular board minutes of January 21st with the changes of the year 2026. Bless you.
Yeah.
I'll motion to approve.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Come on. Come on, Bianca.
I'm listening.
I know you do. It's going to be a regular meeting if you do.
Okay, then don't hate me then, so. Okay, so. Don't hate me. On J, we tabled something that's not on this one. But I guess like At that point, it was mute, right? Because it had changed. Okay.
Why does it look different? Is that even on there?
I thought that one was, supposed to be,
No, we tabled it because we had the special.
okay.
That's why I didn't carry. That's why I didn't carry over.
This is such a big meeting, then it's February what? February 6th.
18. Yeah, no. Yeah, you're right. February 6th. My bad. I have no discussion.
And I'm okay. Voting on approving the regular board meeting for January 21st, 2026. So, yes.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. We gotta change these dates to 2026.
Change the date.
Yeah. That we're approving January 21, 2026 and not 2025.
Oh, all right. What? I just looked it up. Okay.
Amend the date, right?
Mhm.
Motion passes to change of the date of the year, January 21, 2026.
Did we do a vote?
We did a motion, no vote. We're at motion discussion. Now we have to vote.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I always have a question. Hold on.
So motion passed to approve the changes to amend the date effective on January 21st, 2026. And the special board meeting. Read that.
That's the February 6th one.
Yeah.
I'll motion to approve.
Did you find it? Okay. Thank you.
Vicky, I motion to approve.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I just want to make sure you heard me.
It is second for approval of the school board meeting minutes of February 26th.
Second.
Any discussion?
I have no discussion.
Did she say something about, or in our board report for, with Osprey, that we needed to be more Just talk about discussion. So in C, we did discuss the organization, it's how it's connected to A, right?
On C?
Yeah, we discussed the organizational chart and who should be in charge afterwards, and I think that should be reflected in the board. The notes,
Okay.
right? You remember that?
We did.
We did, and it's not in here. But the organizational chart that was shared with us at the same meeting, you know, outlines the people in charge.
It was, yeah, it was discussed.
And then in our board report says that we need to add in our discussion, and a lot of these are really new on what was discussed, you know?
I know I was thinking about that because the first stuff is going to have. If I've been here, they haven't seen no discussion added on to the minutes.
Yeah.
I didn't bring my written notes either to verify.
I think I might have added your guys' discussion in the one I did for February 12th.
That would be the next one we're working on.
Developments and concerns, that's one that should be definitely included, that we did discuss that.
I think that was the only one that had like a significant amount of discussion. Everything else was just kind of carried.
Right?
Oh, I received this, the minutes for this, and I typed it up, but there was no discussion in any of the minutes she did give me from your past secretary. She didn't have any other notes in there.
Yeah, I think. that was
So
a
I'm
concern
thinking
too.
maybe if we need to go back and review that, USB that was in the computer, we might need to.
The recording. It wouldn't have been in the closed session. It would have been in the motion to approve C. There was discussion there on like what happens next.
Were you recording that? My computer, and then we had to pull it off of the drive because it had a meeting on it.
So if you'd like, we could table approving these until the,
Especially this one,
yeah, I feel like that one is important.
just to abide by, you know.
To get more verbiage and detail in there.
Well, I mean, it's our board report. Told us, Osprey wants us to. Looking at this one, I think this one
Just
just
Mike.
more detail.
More than just Mike. And then what do we include in there? Because it's talking about like somebody's, I mean, these aren't.
I think it was just.
Well, that's why for the closed session, that's why today we're supposed to go over the summary. So the summary of the closed session, so this wouldn't be included, right? That's why we were supposed to add that today. But this one, C, on our vote, we did have a discussion and those should be reflected. So I agree that we should table this one until these minutes can be updated to include the discussion on new business C.
Spell anymore. Trying to spell until and it looks like
So
until.
we're tabling this one, or all of them, just this one, right?
Just this one. I feel like those other ones were, especially the working board ones.
That's a motion.
So we have a motion and a second. That was discussion to change that to table. And now we can vote.
To make a motion to table.
Or to make, okay, create a motion to table the special board meeting in minutes of February 6, 2026.
No motion.
I will second.
Table.
Yes.
Yes. So motion carried to table a special meeting board minutes of February 2026.
And then who's gonna add those in? You're gonna,
Yeah, I'll put it in that special one.
you're gonna add in the detailed notes?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when we find
Could
out-
could I interject for a quick second? And then when you table your motion, you table to your next regular meeting, and then your special will just have your, whatever your special is designed for. So these items would be tabled to your next regular meeting.
Okay.
For March, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's around there.
Thank you, Michelle.
Is that how you spell your name?
So moving on to
Let's go by Angel.
motion to approve the emergency minutes. Emergency meeting minutes of February 12th, 2026.
All motion.
A second.
Did you have an extra one?
Here you go.
Yeah. There's so many
Your
people.
piles of
I know, it's just like all over the place.
Oh, it's okay.
So did we,
See how like agenda approval discussion, there's an added piece in it?
This one does.
Yeah, see, this one has the stuff.
How is that different?
Because it has these
Because
little
those ones
pieces
that
in there.
Oh,
did.
yeah.
was that Angel did. She put the discussions in her, in the ones that she did.
Thank you, Angel.
Me.
Go for it, Bianca.
I'm actually very pleased. No, I'm kidding.
Right?
Good job, Angel. This is nice.
Wait, was it online?
You were online.
Just say that.
Oh, did I not? Yeah. I had to.
Do you know something? No.
Because we didn't have a whole lot on there.
No, not on this one.
That was the reason for it being an emergency meeting.
Yeah, because we started at 5:23 and ended at 5:35, but I was online.
That was the Iowa. That was for the Iowa.
Right.
Oh, hang on a second. Because under agenda approval, it says item C, but we changed item B, which should have been item A, because that was the only thing on the agenda.
Okay.
So under agenda approval, we changed item A. Under new business. New business, it starts with B, it should have started with A, so both of those things need to be changed.
Okay.
We'll get it, we'll get it.
I have no more discussion.
So change Chelsea to online, fix those two agenda item lines. Discussions are in there.
No. No. Let's just go for it.
Okay, so, do you want to add that in there, those corrections?
Yeah. So we, vote to approve the emergency minutes with the changes of 5C to 5A.
See. A and then adding online next to mine.
And add online to Chelsea. Are you leaving?
I'm just putting these under, so.
Okay, so I can figure out which one is which.
Okay, I have no further discussion.
Okay, do oh, Chelsea?
Yes.
McCormick? Yes. Bianca?
Yes.
Victoria, yes. Motion. All right, moving on to G.
And we ready to reschedule finance
Yep.
to a special.
I think we just have to
Choose a date.
yeah.
We gotta do that right
Um,
now.
So a motion to reschedule to approve the revised budget and finance report as presented to you.
Should we motion that before we discuss? I'll motion.
In a second.
A second.
Question.
Set a date.
Yeah, so the date, right?
Right now.
Yes, please.
Man.
I don't even, hold on.
I know. Okay, let's see. Oh, no, it's tomorrow. Next part, I see something with. Okay. Nate, did you find out when, Todd was gonna be available for his revision? Rochelle? Nate?
Yeah.
Anybody talk to you?
I can reach out. I can reach out.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Mhm.
Can we try for, can we give like some ideas of when?
I like the idea of next Wednesday.
I was just
This
thinking March
regular day
4th.
and time.
Yeah, I don't have anything to.
So we need a 3-day posting for a special. So let's see, we'd have Thursday, Friday, Monday. How's Tuesday?
Well, can we do a Wednesday and post it Friday?
Sure. Well, we can post it now for Wednesday, sure.
Okay.
Let me see if I can't get him to commit to that.
Well, tell him you don't have a choice. No, just kidding.
Okay,
Yeah,
we'll go ahead and we'll do Wednesday at 5 or 4:30.
Can we do
5.
5 o'clock.
So March.
Okay, I'll send it.
Which?
Yeah.
And
Before.
special for finance.
Mm-hmm.
Todd.
Right. So I'm gonna take a vote, the motion to reschedule the finance board for March 4th, 2026 at 5 p.m.
I'll motion. Oh, go ahead.
Yes.
Performance? Yes. Bianca?
Yes.
Gloria? Yes. Okay, moving on to H. Motion to reinstate Sylvia Fred as head of school with conditions.
I'll motion.
No second.
Are we in discussion?
Yeah.
Discussion.
What are the conditions?
I don't know. I was looking for that.
It's in here.
I don't think so.
I don't think it. Because, so what I was thinking about that with reinstating Sylvia as head of school, I wanted to be able to
review the deficiencies and give her an opportunity to show us where she needed to be, the improvements and what has already been completed. And because there's still a lot of deficiencies that we have that are still just in limbo. And so I'm trying to figure out, you know, if we bring you back in head of school, you know, I want to be able to have a very concise improvement plan. I mean, you're gonna have to make a really tight schedule on office time, dealing with kids and dealing with the faculty. You know, you have to do this organizational thing for yourself to be able to function at a better, but we're not, I wanted to remove the financial piece of it from you. And I want to, you know, your office time, your emails, your deadlines that you need to meet with, whomever, you know, whoever you deal with on a daily basis, making sure these deadlines are met, you know, in a timely manner, you know, not, oh, I forgot, or, you know, stuff like that, you know, not being able to follow through with it. So those are my conditions with reinstating you. And they, with a lower pay scale, because the financial part was a big piece of that, of your salary. And so just the evaluation that was presented in February, there was a lot of deficiencies that were still very active. And so my thinking was to remove that responsibility on your part. And I'm hoping we can figure out how to get an internal audit person or internal finance person on site where we're not having to rely on someone else that isn't physically here, that has, you know, and being, identifying your, you know, what grants you're applying for, how much is it, you know, and allocating the money where it needs to go. So the SMS can't say, well, it's already in general fund, we're gonna spend it, spend it, spend it, because you're still sending in invoices, right? That's one of my biggest concerns, is the financial part of it. Everything else, when I did my evaluation, I could see the impact that you completed within the school just coming here and witnessing that. But that was one of your downfalls, was the financials, the emails, and following through with deadlines that you needed to comply with. So that's one of my conditions that I would offer to the board to think about.
I just wanna, mention, Vicky, that doesn't sound like a reinstatement with conditions. That sounds like a new role.
Yeah, like,
And I would, like I've said from the very beginning, I'm in support of placing them where their skills are, placing her where her skills can thrive, because that is important. I mean, I don't think anybody's ever stated that she wasn't a good fit for the school. It just didn't fit the role. The role just, there were too many things that needed assistance from several other employees, and we had to bring on several other staff members that created more,
harder
like,
going and submitting and maybe getting us out of.
and it's increased our staff costs. Just, you know, for 3 or 4 people to do one position. And if we could bring the wage down, change the role to fit where her skill set is, I could see that. And I think I've stated that many times, that that's where I see her fitting in. And it would give us the opportunity to post and start looking for somebody who fits those qualifications and can come in and get us back into compliance, because they have that education and the experience. And that's kind of where I am at. But what you're stating sounds like what I'm in support of.
Right.
Like bringing her back to the school, but under a different role with a different pay, different responsibilities.
Want to add that's, it sounds good, but that is a little complex what we got into financially, especially like with our third party, with the building. The building, there's a component with the building that if we're not meeting the standards, we can get into, so it's kind of like I feel like it's a learning process that we're going to have to really carefully navigate. Because this building alone, if we drop the ball on that, we're tied in for $350,000 for 35 years. And that was part of the thing with the finance.
So we dropped the ball financially.
Yeah.
The way
So
that-
if we do drop that, but I just really want to make that, throw the red flag up for that, just being cognizant of all the entities that we have into play. So if we just throw it on a new person, they're gonna be like, what the heck is,
But that's kind of where like that foundation was never developed.
Yes.
It doesn't matter, like when a team is rolling and everybody understands their role, when you take one team member out, it should continue to run.
Yes.
And that's kind of showing that those things were not developed.
Yes.
And it sounds like, and not to directly comment, but from what I'm gathering is that, after the termination, there was so much chaos that was created from that. It shouldn't have came to that point. Yeah, that should have been followed.
I agree with that. I totally do, because she gave us that organizational chart, right? But because it stunned everybody and it was
I think that would have been unprofessional to speak of anything prior to it, like what is gonna happen. Everyone knew it was on the agenda. We kept putting it off and putting it off way longer than the 6-month probationary period.
that's a fact too. That's a fact too.
Because there were a lot of opportunities and there were a lot of resources provided.
We're here to serve in Endazhi and the students, right?
Right.
And as board members, we're expected to live by like the school core values, and it's like what I can't get out of my head, the mission statement, our vision. You read these every single board meeting, right? To keep that, this is our goal in our mind, right?
Yeah.
But what else is it in there? It's too is those school core values, right? We teach the kids respect, and we're supposed to uphold those as board members, as staff members, as admin. And we already deliberated this matter in a closed session, right? Taking a final vote and going against it, right? I'm all for dean of students because I agree with a lot of that, right? The students sing and then not having that organizational piece that was in place, not put out. Like I haven't even left my classroom for 2 weeks.
Longer than that.
We teach respect, right? I will respect myself, my land, and all living beings. I hold respect for the head of school's soft skills, her heart for the students, and her history as a founder. But respecting the school also means protecting it. Right now, our budget is operating in the negative. It threatens the very existence of the school, as Nate had just said. We're going to drop the ball on the building if we can't get our finances in order. We demand Endazhi-Nitaawiging, our commitment, right, from our students, telling them I will perform to the best of my ability and be accountable for all of my actions. We must hold our leadership to that same standard.
Right.
The head of school's contract is at will. She was placed on probation. We previously reinstated her to allow time for improvement. That improvement in financial oversight did not happen. We must hold leadership accountable for those actions. It requires Nibwa and her wisdom to look at our current situation honestly. I will cultivate our shared knowledge and gain lifelong friendships, family, and wisdom. Wisdom means learning from our history. We have already lost many other founding members, and we can't ignore the inherent conflict of interest. We must be wise enough to see that personal allegiances cannot supersede our legal duty to our students and our future of the school. I'm speaking up tonight because of Zoom today and when our courage, our values say I support my fellow students and staff while being true to myself. I will step forward when called upon. I was appointed to this board. I was voted in. I was called upon. As a teacher and a board representative, I'm stepping forward. It is difficult to say no to a founder, but it takes courage to look at the numbers and refuse to let the school sink. We are facing a difficult transition, but we must have resilience. I am a leader and I will overcome any obstacle ahead of me. I will give all my effort to reach beyond my goals. We can overcome the obstacle of this transition if we hold our ground and focus on the health of the organization. Board members, getting a test of the leadership, we promised that we would become a leader for our community and will lead by example. Allowing an already settled closed session personnel decision to be relitigated because of internal pressure and personal allegiances is not leading by example. Let us embrace Vago Saint Demo and our hope. I will contribute all of my good energy to be a part of positive change within my community. We had voted no, the decision was made. We can contribute all of our energy to rebalancing our budget and be the positive change our students and staff need right now.
I'm really concerned about hearing, because of my background is with kids, you know, and I'm really concerned about hearing about what's going on and how it's, you know, that, I think you had mentioned that drop and then, you know, the waves that kind of go out from that. And it hurts me that our kids are taking the brunt end of, adult business and that, money is getting in the way. And that's kind of becoming more important than the state of our kids here in the school every day.
It's been mentioned a few times, though, reframing what we have as admin right now. Definitely need that representative over the behavioral unit, right, for the students. A dean of students is an excellent role. We can put that out as a new piece to the admin structure, right? People can apply. We can look at all, right?
Yeah, I also want to bring in what I think Chris hit the nail on the head too. And I don't mean to call you out on it, but I think you need to support your woman better. I think you need to step up a little bit more too, to take her things off of her plate so that she can, you know, flourish. And yeah, I don't mean to call you out, but I think maybe that needs to be looked at too. You know, I mean, like your job duties and how that fits in and how maybe the weight isn't carried equally, not that it should be, you know, or maybe it should be, but you know, I mean, I really honestly feel that way.
I feel you, because I mean, what I heard from all the community members and the staff is a cry out for a plan, a strong plan, whether it be me, Sylvia, Vicky, whoever's in that role, that we have a solid plan for a future and or a nice, strong organizational thing that can't falter. And I've been in strong talks with the authorizers and strong talks with the tribe that, yeah, we are, I can see it. I can see it now. I couldn't see it before. All this happened, this school happened so fast. Like, I mean, Sylvia stated, it was 3 years, like, you're not gonna have all the answers in the beginning. And what Chelsea said, you know, hold to that accountability, practice what we preach. And I feel you, and I will take that. I appreciate that you say that, because sometimes you can't appreciate the forest from outside the woods. I mean, you can't appreciate the forest from where you're at. You don't see. And for all these people and what they said tonight, it really gave me a perspective that, wow, I'm not a mind reader. I don't know what he, she, her, and all of them are thinking. We don't see ourselves. And with that, you know, I feel like, you know, and all the enlightened conversations with the authorizer, yeah, it's a slap to the face, like, hey, you know, let's get it right. And I feel that. And we're, you know, we're not, we've never put the perfect cape on and said we're the only ones that can do this. We've never said that. That part, it does take a community to raise our children. And I don't ever want to forget that because it's all of us. It's all of us. And I really thank everybody for putting, you know, I'm even grateful for Naomi and Jeff, what they said, you know, like those are friendships that I don't know how to mend. And I don't know if it's because of me that I can't mend these things. I'm so deep into it that I don't even see anymore. I feel like we've been in this game where we're looking for our next, who's coming at us next. And if you have to be like that, you probably shouldn't be in that spot. And I can own that, being self-absorbed and not really seeing what's happening for the reality of what it is. And you're right. We've been together many years, but we don't see some things sometimes because we have the same conversation day in, day out. We're not seeing ourselves until you ask the people what they see. And I feel that. And I do feel that. And I mean, the only point that I did want to make to you, Vicky, was that the plan will get us where we need to be. The plan will, if we can, I mean, authorizer is not happy what's happening either. And I'm not speaking for them, but just the conversations that I had, like, it's eye-opening. It is eye-opening.
So we're, you know, we're going by Anishinaabe values. We're going by everything us as Anishinaabe, right? And everything happens in the cycles of 4. And this is our 4th year. And yes, we're gonna have all these turbulences and all these challenges, you know, but it's not gonna put us down. We need to stand up and say, hey, you know, we're gonna get it done. You know, we're gonna work on something and make sure that we come up with a good solid plan, you know, to be able to function and keep the school alive. That's one of my main concerns because, you know, these kids are our future, you know, and they need to be here. You know, they need this. And so that's why I brought this back into play, you know, because, you know, everybody's texting me, you know, whatever, you know, what happened, what's going on, Sylvia, Bob, you know, whatever. And I couldn't tell them, you know, I was like, I mean, fire finances anyway are public notice, right? And I said, our school is in the red right now. I said, but we're working, trying to figure out a plan to uplift it, right? And so I do believe that, you know, this 4th year is going to be the most challenging and, you know, and I believe that, and, you know, and we can work through it as a community, as a board, you know, and being able to, with certain responsibilities, you know, and, conditions for improvement, you know, that's my vision, you know, that's my vision for this right now. And so with that, I'll you know, that's my discussion for that.
I do want to state just that, this is my first evaluation. We're in year 4. The board's been in non-compliance for 3 years and you guys inherited the evaluation. Very first, had I had yearly evaluations, multiple, I could have shown and grow together with the organization. Very first one. And I was terminated right after that evaluation, which is a wrongful and illegal action on the board.
No,
So,
I don't think it is.
well, I mean, first evaluation, year 4.
Well, back to, I can own the fact, Nicolemas, that I did get comfortable. And they say when you're in a fight, you're in a battle, never get comfortable. When you're fighting for something so beautiful, so good, don't get comfortable. And I did, I got comfortable. I wasn't really as ambitious as I was. I just got, and I can totally own that. You know, I did get comfortable with how things were and just got laid back when I should be out on, I felt like where my place is out there finding more money for our, but you know, I was told that we should be here, be present. And well, my whole everything is captivating and pulling in these funders. And I really wanted to be on that level again, but it's kind of, we got to see where we truly fit at, truly and our strengths, and play them, and everybody's strengths here at the school, even down to our kids, their strengths and where they need to be at, everybody's strengths.
Any more discussion? Anybody else have anything to say?
So what is the solution? Are we gonna go bankrupt?
Maybe we can post for a new position that would be within what she's amazing at, you know?
And basically what I've gathered from several testimonies that we heard from earlier is that the strengths come in community engagement and community relations, not necessarily like the financial pieces, but once you take those out, that drops from the head of school.
That was my intent at the last meeting.
And I think we did.
Yeah, we
briefed
touched
on it.
Yeah, we did. And
with the head of school title, finances are an indelegable duty with charter school.
There's also several other qualifications and licensures that weren't being met. And not saying that like those are more important than what she brings. It's just stating that, you know, I think everyone's discussed the importance of the school, the desire for longevity of the school, and how can we have that if we continue to work with this, like changing nothing is not going to change our deficiencies. Even the things that we have resolved continue to be ongoing concerns.
Yeah, it was like we get 5 steps ahead and we're back again, 2 steps back. Dates weren't being met.
so that's where it falls on the executive director to be able to follow through on a lot of the deficiencies that we're shy from, right? Because we're way over past some deadlines that need to be handled right away, you know, and she was given deadlines too
And they were spelled out pretty specifically.
but that was, I'm saying that was your responsibility though, it shouldn't have been,
Accountability,
thank
but
you,
there's so much more than just the black and white.
right.
That I'm not gonna play the blame game, I'm
No.
not gonna throw anybody under the bus, but there's more to it than what you guys are being told and what's being said. I've not once seen an accountability or an apology from our finance. There's so much behind the scenes in admin that you guys only heard from one party. I hear a lot of that messaging coming through during board meetings, but I'm not gonna blame, I'm not gonna point the finger, it does no good. Talking about anybody, creating a toxic work environment, being hostile, it does nothing.
And that's
I take accountability for my part, but there's so much more you guys are only hearing from one person.
My other concern would also be, since it sounds like there's so much instability and insecurity within the last 2 weeks, even changing a role and bringing her back, what kind of environment are we creating? Something to consider.
It was brought up to by the authorizer, not Beth, but the other, the higher up. She had said it should probably be a requirement for in the future that board members at least come once a week to see how things are functioning. And that way, when they do meet, they can, you know, because that is essential to seeing, because otherwise it's just hearsay and people saying this and people saying that.
Right.
If they're in that mix, you know, but at least once in a while, you get a feel and to give what, because in a sense, you guys are a collective supervisor within yourself. You know, and I feel like if you're gonna make calls, then it's easier seen in front, not when you go to the front line from time to time.
I'm kind of looking over some of the testimonies that were given today, some of the comments that were made. A lot of it revolved around trickling energy and feelings that the kids are absorbing. And, you know, we may not, as the board or as board members, we may not be within the school unless we're a teacher board member every day. But that's so disheartening to hear that that's happening when this school is theirs. The school was a vision for them to thrive in. The school was created as another important piece to our community as a whole, as cultural revitalization. It's bringing back culture to people who've never had access to it. It's important for this school to continue. It's important for this school to be successful. And that's where those tough decisions come in, and we have to reframe some stuff. We have to change the way the organization is working or moving forward. And that's a decision that we have, you know, it's a heavy decision to make. It's not easy. And sometimes we do have to put those emotions and those personal connections aside and really consider what is the best for the school to move forward. And again, I'm not saying not to bring her back in general altogether, just boom, terminated, goodbye. I'm saying we really need to lean on those strengths, and we really need to consider how one person can create such instability within a school that should have at year 4 at least some level of foundation. And so I have no more discussion.
I'd like to clarify that it was her absence that brought instability, not her presence.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It shouldn't have created that with one person's absence.
And that was
I think that just goes to show what she does.
Sally, you have to be brought in. Do you want to be brought in on that, or? As ex officio, I can bring you in, but
Sorry, I felt like that just needed to be clarified. I apologize if I wasn't supposed to say anything.
Oh, no. It's just that's the flow of the how board meeting works. An ex officio can bring you in, and if you feel like we really.
I think you can post for a new position and have her apply. But that goes along with reframing admin, you know, or we don't know. But I feel like that needs to be a specific special working board session to be able to look at everything as a group.
To really review that leadership model and what that looks like.
I don't think we're going to put our best foot forward at 10 p.m. when many of us worked all day. You know? And I want to be able to put as much integrity and forethought and make it great as we possibly can. I don't think we're going to get there tonight. I think we can table it until the next.
I didn't stay as long to give up now.
But I mean,
I can't always take time away from.
I think if
I don't think any of us can, but we're here for a reason. But considering everybody's timeline, being here, and not having the proper mindset and the proper ability to make that good decision for the school. Thank you.
Well, you're regardless, pardon me, sorry to interrupt.
are we bringing her in? Are we letting her talk?
Are
Are we letting her talk?
No.
5 minutes.
So we're in a board meeting, so I appreciate it if you
Public
wouldn't say
comment is over.
anything. So, yeah, you guys had your chance already to talk and to speak. So we're trying to make the decision and your introduction is inappropriate. I appreciate it if you wouldn't comment anymore. You're here to sit and listen now, okay? So we're having a discussion on what we can do in bringing Sylvia in or having her reapply or, so, yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky.
What do you think? You want to table?
I think to say reinstate as head of school with conditions and not being able to define those conditions here, where we're trying to rewrite her entire contract, we may as well just rewrite an entire position.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a reinstatement at that point. It's a new position altogether. So how would you guys like to proceed? Would you like to vote on this? Or would you like to, because we could vote on this as stated and then add to the next agenda to post for the new position, because we're still gonna have to go for what does that entail? What's the title? What does the pay? What are the benefits?
We can add that to this.
What are the qualifications? You wanna add that to the special?
I feel like in all reality too, though, we got till the end of the year. I mean, like, there's
Kids are
a couple
needed.
months left of the year, like, it's not, like, in that regard, like, maybe finish out the year, and then you got all the time in the world to find a replacement or whatever you want to move in.
So I still stick with reinstating her as head of school with conditions, with the responsibilities of the finances being removed from her job description. I still stand with that.
No, I'm not arguing that, I'm just saying that.
I know you're not.
I'm
Just kidding.
But
I'm just saying.
It wouldn't be that long that.
I also agree that with that structure, we don't need two people at the head of the school. Even if we don't reinstate. We still have someone at the head of the school.
Is that another discussion entirely though?
No, I'm just, because they're stating like that we need to keep that position until the end of the school year, but I'm stating that there were
No, we
two
don't.
and we still have a head of, or like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just don't feel like we need that position altogether.
Sorry, he was trying.
What are we gonna do? You're gonna vote, or
Well, I guess
voter
they're gonna-
table?
Yeah, we should vote on it and,
Vote on it.
I think we should vote on it and then, like we said, add that other agenda item to the special.
Because if we table, it goes to next month.
Yeah. No.
Are you ready for a
So I'm
vote?
ready to vote for motion to reinstate Sylvia Fred as head of school with conditions. Chelsea,
No.
Nicomas.
Yes.
Bianca,
No,
Vicky, yes. And Victoria.
No.
it's a
Motion
tie, so it
fails.
doesn't pass.
The motion fails. That's how it should be written.
Motion failed due to the tie. So we're gonna add that on to the special meeting, which is February 4th.
Yep.
March 4th.
Okay.
I'm still in February, March 4th.
So do we have a contract for this? Oh,
So contract for what?
No.
Moving on to I.
Yeah. Moving on to I motion to accept donation from Josh Jones, Red Lake Nation, or Red Lake DNR, in an amount of 13,500 to assist with the Endazhi-Nitaawiging after school program.
Motion.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Is there a contract for him? And
Yes, I have a MOU. I didn't put it in the
Do we have a
packet.
budget for where these are gonna be spent?
He was gonna get that to me, so I will present, the itemized.
yeah, there's a thing with the after school program, though it needs a coordinator without the current grant person. And I had spoken to the head of school about me being the coordinator, and I didn't have an initial job description for it. I've still been showing up for it in the after schools, but I've never had somebody gotten compensation to be that coordinator person. And I went to them to receive specific job requirements for that role, and I got it, but the way the email is written, my one FTE teacher position, she wanted to include that additional work as what I was already getting paid, and I didn't agree to it, so I didn't respond to the email. So I think that meeting and report is supposed to be due at the end of this week, and I don't know if it's going to. I don't know if it happened for that.
Who is the after-school program, person you're, required to send the report to? MDE? So, you being Iowa, can you ask for an extension for this after-school project? Until we can get an itemized list from Josh and how and what.
The main one in charge of the after school, that she was appointed, and there's been no communication on it. So I mean, I don't know what your question is.
I tried to get job duties, and I didn't agree to the thing.
You also never show.
Who said that?
Can we have you mute?
Just give us another week. Okay, I'm sorry, but that's the timeline that we're given. We're putting another week. You know, another week isn't gonna, that's where you need to step up and say, okay, guys, we need to figure out this, we need to continue to function as it was when Sylvia was here.
I did that, I said that. I said that already very clearly to our team.
So are we being more, so like, our loyalty is more to one person than seeing the school succeed, and that's where I'm like really disheartened. I'm just
Yes.
like,
I mean, it's just where, in your opinion, we dropped the ball. You know, that we've been two as one. And we got our degrees in the same thing. We were countless jobs together. A lot of things we've done together. And we created a dream together. Now there has to be separation. So I honestly can't do anything.
Why not?
I don't know. I just feel like I'm
Because you
being,
chose not to.
yes.
You choose not to,
Yeah.
and you know that's a choice. I'm sorry, but you know.
I don't know what to tell. What do I tell the employees? And what do I tell our employees that believe in us? What do I tell them honestly? Because I come from the heart.
Right.
I come from the heart.
Well, I think we all.
And in my heart,
We all do.
yeah.
that discussion has to come from a leader's mindset. You gotta put that emotion aside, that hurt.
Yeah, I think that.
It has to come from that leadership mindset, because
You're exactly right.
right now you're running as the head of the
Yes,
school.
this is a business and.
Read about the employees.
And
Well,
if you're in leadership, they're gonna follow your role model.
Talk to the employees and give them a description of what just happened, I will. Because when everybody's like talking this, you know, and in reality, we're not functioning as a team, you know, on a business level. This is a business that we need to make sure that it's compliable with people that are giving us money.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why I said, I appreciate Nicomas for, you know, saying, okay, make you pull your weight and be all this stuff, right? And I know Sylvia is your right-hand person.
Yeah, I think that all in all, like even with the Washabi, I didn't know how to pull my name out there. my name is embedded into this building.
Right.
I don't know.
Vicky, I'm really sorry, but can we get back to?
Okay, I'm sorry.
I don't mean to be,
You know, but now that we're switching financials, well, my name up there too, so that's why I said, that's why I feel like I have the strongest thing that we're going to.
sorry.
So I would appreciate if you could turn Vicky in touch with him, please. Thank you.
So set it up, send me an email, let me know when.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, any more, so the discussion with, can you email me the things that was
Yeah.
given to you, so I know? Cause I need to talk to, Josh and figure out if he's able to, itemize. Cause the way it sounded like when he donated that 13.5 was to help with the after-school project, but the after-school project, I don't know what that entails. So I need to get more clarification for that.
We need a plan and a budget set in place. And,
I didn't have access to any of the money or anything. I was more of like an after-school supervisor. And then I explained that and Nate was in the room when
and that comes back to the internal controls too, because we just had an issue with grant and donation dollars that were allocated for something specific, but then utilized for something else.
Right.
So I really want to make sure, and can you put that in the minutes?
That was why.
Huge grant if we don't get this report.
That
It's like,
was, yeah.
it's like $800,000 and we're needing it for million. After I looked at it today, she sent me everything after, but I don't have specific job duties, and even though it was on my contract, there's no monetary value next to it. According to my assignment sheet and my employee agreement.
So when is a good
So I was
time
doing
for-
all that extra work, and
When is a good time for me to meet with you in regards to that?
anytime after school program. In the mornings too. My prep is from 8 to 8:50.
But I don't want to meet you on board stuff during your work time.
Right. I leave here at 5.
Do you remember the commercial?
Same time for 6.
It's already 10 o'clock. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask for a vote on the donation of 13,500 from Josh, Deer Lake BNR, Chelsea.
Yeah.
Wait, are we adding in there that, we need receipt of,
Yeah, she had that.
Okay.
What do you call it?
The MOU.
MOU, all that, like.
MOU.
I did have it here, but I just don't have it. But you can get them copies.
I just wanna, I wanna make sure that these funds are utilized for the things that they are being donated for,
Right.
allocated for.
Me too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna forward you the whole email.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry.
Comus? Oh, yes. Bianca?
Yes.
Gloria, yes. Motion passed. Okay, moving on to J, approve, motion to approve. Oh, I didn't get a chance to.
Table it?
I don't think we should table it, but I don't wanna use the one we just utilized. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be discussing it because we didn't need a motion. I'll motion.
Can you give a second?
Motion to approve the.
Okay, motion to approve the evaluation to be used for executive director.
Evaluate, we need to specify what evaluation we use.
Yeah, we need to get to the writing, get to review them. There's 3 provided.
I only have 2. I know there was a third one in the email. Oh, never mind, here it is.
I put the packets together, so make sure you. Do you, Chris, do you have cultural specific evaluations for your employees? And not specifically the Anishinaabe people, but the other ones, the the teachers.
Yeah, it's in their, the job.
How many pages is that?
They're all really long. It doesn't have a page number, but this one ends here. Oh, on 32.
I didn't realize it was that long. It must have double-sided mine one. That's the one that I signed. Thank you, Chris. There's some pretty lengthy evaluations. I mean, that one. I think we did for, going to be most important. The cultural values. No, I, honestly, I don't think. I don't think I need these because
These two are more geared, these two are more geared towards like a principal. This one says director evaluation.
Which one, the one?
The 32
Oh,
page
okay.
one. Because this one says principal and this is the one we utilized for head of.
This one.
Yeah, I think I had seen that.
I don't know where this one came from.
Rochelle, are you still on?
I
I
am
like
still
this one
on.
has a growth plan on
Okay,
it.
where did you, locate the, director's evaluation rubric?
I reached out to Beth from Osprey Wilds and I asked her if she had some other samples of director's evaluations and she sent 3. One of
one has
them
a
was, and
summary of
I
professional
forwarded
growth.
2. One of them was more of like a, how does my director make me feel? Do you remember? And that wasn't what we wanted. So I did the, I gave you 2 of the 3 that she sent over plus the original one. The MSBA standards and goals based is the one we used. That has the leadership competencies for school leadership. The other directors ones are very similar. They address the competencies of school leadership, whether it's finance, communications, culture, school climate, those kinds of things. So, I got those from our authorizer. She went to other schools that they authorize.
Okay.
The one thing that I would say about an evaluation is that it really needs to be based on the job description. And I think did I give everybody the job description and you're looking at the executive director. So if you look at the things that are in the job description, does the evaluation evaluate things that are in that job description? Finance, personnel, communications, all of those things.
I do. Oh, I do too. Deputy director.
Yeah. So can we go by the job description and just go cross-reference it with this director's,
We received these, today?
yeah.
So we didn't really have time to go over them. I'm sorry, I don't mean to rush you guys, so maybe we should just take it again. I know, I'm sorry. I was just wanting to get it all done. My suggestion is to use this one, but if we're gonna cross-reference within the job description versus then, yeah, 'cause it's 10 o'clock.
Well, we can probably, where you at? Are you prepared about how, you know, how to include culture in any school? Because
I thought Rico said one of them did.
Could we amend it?
yeah, I think so. We can do-
Like we can pick one and then amend it?
If we want.
Which one includes the culture?
School,
Michelle?
we can hold them accountable, you
I'm
know.
sorry, say it again.
Which
When
one
I
includes
said culture, I meant school culture, like school climate.
Oh, okay. I think they all kind of touch on that.
You see.
Yeah, they all have the basic competencies of school leadership.
Supposed to leader.
This one has promotes culturally responsive practice.
Make a decision.
You're leaning towards that one?
I'm really leaning towards this
Okay,
one.
and then
Yeah,
this is the
I
one
think
we
so
used
too.
before,
Yeah,
and
I
we don't want to do that one.
And I don't like this one.
Well, we don't have it.
This one then?
So to approve the director's evaluation rubric, director's name.
And just
doesn't even have a-
hope that everything is
I
covered.
think that's just it, the director's evaluation. I prefer that one anyways, because at the back it has like a growth plan. I don't
Did
know.
I get a second on that one?
Yeah, Nicole. I motion Nicole second.
So did we get a vote on approving the rubrics for director's evaluation rubrics to be used for the executive director's evaluation?
The director. What do you need a second?
No, you already
I'm
second.
voting. Chelsea,
We're
we're voting on the, to use the director's evaluation rubric for, the executive director's evaluation.
There's like, see how that, the other one we had like a front facing one, you know, where it showed all the indicators. I was supposed to just get a glance at it.
I think this one does boots at the top and then just goes down. So this isn't one, it's just,
Okay, this is the thing?
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's all the way across.
we're all tired.
I gotta go to my daughter, it was like 2 hours past her bedtime. I still gotta feed her
You
dinner.
wanna vote, Chelsea?
Yeah, I vote yes.
Thomas?
Motion to approve the director.
Evaluation rubric.
Evaluation rubric to be used, yes.
We have motion passed.
I like the
Did
huge
you say
comments.
I said yes. Hey, I also say yes. Sorry.
Okay, moving off the, say, motion to set executive director's, evaluation date to March 6, 2026 at 5 p.m.
So
Can I, I'll motion.
I'll second.
Discussion. Do you want to change that to March 4th since we're already having a special that day?
Who's second?
Nicole.
We'll change it to March 4th.
Yeah, and then just say add to special agenda.
Any more discussion? For setting the executive director's evaluation date for March 4th, 2026 at 5 p.m. Chelsea?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Bianca?
Yes.
Gloria, yes. Motion passed.
And then, can we get that, job description then?
Yep.
I had a head of school, not executive director.
Oh, okay.
Dan, can you make copies of this?
And then I'll ask the
Michelle's tired too.
oh, sorry. We'll ask the director if he wants it to be open or closed. It's an open meeting unless he chooses to have his evaluation closed.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we moving on to
Moving on to L. Motion to approve the Endazhi-Nitaawiging language access plan.
I'll let Chelsea take that. I'll second.
Any discussion?
I'm trying.
So this is, so if I
Yeah.
can, this is a requirement. It's a legislative requirement that schools need to have this, and it's new from the 25-26 school year. So I took a look at some of the other authorized schools and took a look at what their ELL plans or English learner plans or English learner access plans are, and tweaked it to meet our school. And then one of the requirements in there was that we needed to have that survey done at enrollment. So I did add the Minnesota survey to our enrollment packet. So
So there's really no discussion.
So it's needed.
So no discussion, Chelsea, your vote?
Yes.
Ms. Thomas?
Yeah.
Bianca?
Yes.
Victoria, yes, motion passed.
It's really nice when we get an organized board packet and we can look at the packet, like,
Thank
you
you.
know, over like a week.
He set up the first one, so I just went with
But I mean, you know, then we can come and already have looked at everything.
I think there was a request previously for 3 days.
That's that. 3 days board packet before the actual meeting. So contact me before you.
Sorry,
Okay,
and there
and
were things being added even.
yeah,
and it's-
yeah,
there's
yeah.
A lot of stuff on there, I know. Sorry.
Yeah.
Michelle's saying-
Moving on to N, motion to accept $50,000 donation from the Red Lake Tribal Chippewa Indians, Red Lake Band.
Motion.
Is this earmarked in any way? Or I mean, never mind. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in
this
discussion.
is this is the tribe paying my salary.
Okay.
So it only goes to me.
So then they'll be earmarked for that?
Yeah, yes.
Shall A. Okay, that was literally all the questions I had, like what,
Yeah.
same thing, itemized budget, stuff like that. I have no discussion. Wait, no, the only thing I do have is if we can get a copy of the contract, that's all. I just want to know what we can and cannot ask and what, you know.
Yeah. How compliant are we to
Yeah.
the compliance officer?
That's the only request that I have.
Rochelle, do you have your job description?
I do have a job description. I can send that out to you. I also have a new contract. When I had put in for retirement and the chairman called and asked me to stay till the end of the year. And so I
So
said I
just
would.
forward it to the board. Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry. Chelsea, you vote?
Yes. I vote yes.
Yes.
Nokomis, Bianca?
Yep.
Victoria, yes, motion passed.
Moving on to N, motion to retroact, ratify the personal expenditure issued on February 17, 2026 for the purpose of satisfying a final wage demand under Minnesota State Statute 18113. Yes.
Really hate to be on the line, but I was really interested in the 50, like I did, but I didn't hear what it was for. That
That's
last-
for court compliance.
Compliance
Yeah.
salary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, you good for your
Be good,
dedication.
thank you.
You want me?
You can walk me.
So in your packet, you have that,
Hang
that
on.
letter.
I'll motion.
Oh,
Sorry.
one second. I'm jumping the gun here.
No, you're good. Okay, is that this email here?
Yeah. She has it.
She has the, there's also. Right. Okay, I'll just jumping on that.
Is that this? Okay, but then the policy says something else.
Well, the policy describe.
This one right here. It's earmarked right there. No,
Okay. So I received the email on Tuesday, February 17, 2026 at 12:54 PM from Sylvia Fred. Was forwarded by Dan Jorgensen. So just going over the employee handbook. If an employee leaves their job, either voluntarily or involuntarily, they are not eligible to pay for a payout of accrued or unused PTO. If the employee returns to work within 180 days of separation, they are entitled to the PTO hours accrued and unused before leaving the school. On the rehired date, the employee PTO balance will include the 48 hours plus the amount accrued and unused to prior to the separation. So just looking at the email that she sent, it looks like she's requesting to be paid by 190 hours PTO.
Do we have to wait? What did you say about a certain number of days? If they're not rehired or?
180 days.
So does that come into play now?
Said 180 or 190. And that was another thing that I had because I got a email from HR, also forwarded by Dan Jorgensen from the HR person, that legally I was supposed to send her a termination letter certified, and I didn't know that. So technically she's not even.
Officially terminated.
So
How does that go though? If we all just voted to not renew her contract on probation? I feel like a termination letter is different. We didn't fire her. We chose not to renew.
Probably needs a letter either way.
Yeah, but I mean, like, the wording is important too, because it's getting skewed. We chose not to renew her probationary contract. And to say that's, terminated, I think the language matters,
Right now. Because I don't remember reviewing PTO hours in her contract either, when we were reading it. I don't think it stated anything about PTO hours in that contract.
So if I could help with this a little bit, she did sign an employee agreement, and on the employee agreement, it'll talk about their hours that they get, and it's also the same that's in the handbook. And then the handbook is a board-approved document, which Endazhi policies, okay? There was reference to Minnesota Statute 181.13, which is a pretty general wage. She was paid her wage, and that law does not apply to wages and stuff that are covered by board approval. And because she answers to the board, her PTO is all board approved. And like if she goes on leave, she's supposed to get board approval to do that. If she goes on vacation, she's supposed to get board approval for those kinds of things. And then you're able to monitor her leave. But so I sent the information to our attorney just to make sure that I'm accurate on this stuff. And so he's going to take a second look at it, but he said the 181.13 is pretty general. And then the handbook is the board approved policy for the employees. So, I mean, he didn't give me a different, any of that. He said he'd look at it again. We'll talk again tomorrow.
Did we ask for any approved leave? Cause she's gone on January, like we said.
Well, it says here that she used 40 hours in February. But this says school year 2023-2024. So I don't know. Oh, never mind.
It goes all the way to 26.
If you look at
Okay.
her employee agreement, she can only carry over 10 accrued hours of leave from one school year to the next. So she would have only started this year with 10 hours of accrued, and that's in her employee agreement.
Oh, I have it. 8. Okay.
I have to be on call. So,
So it was in November then, 48 hours in November.
I know, like when she was gone, a whole bunch, or any time of leave. I don't know how this is, we as a board didn't receive names.
Okay.
If I leave here, are we still in quorum?
We're still in quorum, yeah.
Can we write on here somewhere that
It'll state at 10:25 that you left the meeting.
10:25, I'm sorry, but I really have to get home.
No, you're fine.
Starve my own child, right? Can't do that.
Sorry, and then I even offered dinner and we didn't make it to that point. Sorry.
We needed to do most of this, so I'm just happy to work with you guys and tough stuff, but I think that if we continue to work hard, we can reach goals.
I definitely believe that. Thank you, Chelsea, for all your hard work.
And your daughter.
Yeah, we appreciate her patience. My kids would have been here every 5 minutes, Mom.
Time to go.
Yeah, I had to bring her in, she getting scared, my lights turning.
So, any more discussion on that?
And we're waiting on advice from the attorney. Is that what you said, Rochelle?
Yeah, I sent him a copy of the 181.31 that was referenced, and that's that general wage thing. And she was paid her wages. What we're talking about is her PTO.
I would just say go by the policy.
Sorry, I'm choking.
Oh my God.
Are you okay?
No, I'm okay.
Rochelle.
I'm okay.
Rochelle.
I'm okay. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
So the policy is a board approved policy, but if you want, we can get affirmation from the attorney tomorrow. He's looking at it. So you can also table that
We just table that until
to the next regular board meeting.
So,
Table for next board meeting. Where am I?
regular board meeting or the board meeting? Regular board meeting.
Sorry,
In
regular.
March. Okay. So we're tabling, the motion to retroactively ratify the personnel expenditure issued on February 17, 2026 for the purpose of satisfying final wage demand under Minnesota statutes 18113 tabling it for the next regular board meeting, March.
No, the special. The regular would
March
be,
18th?
I think so, the third Wednesday, right?
Yep,
March 18th.
March 18th, 2026. So moving on to,
Wait, no,
we need a vote.
I'll motion for that change. Oh, she's gone.
So,
But we still have a quorum.
yeah,
Yeah.
Bianca motion to make that change table, item number N. Oh my God.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Can we get a
I
second?
need a second.
Oh. I thought.
Chelsea motion, she's second for the original one, but we changed it.
Oh,
So
okay. I'll second.
Okay. Excused. McComas, your vote?
Yes.
Bianca?
yes.
Victoria, yes. Motion passed. Okay, moving on to O, the motion to issue an official letter of reprimand to Daniel Jorgensen for failing to comply with the public employee expenditure approval requirements of Minnesota statute 181.13 and the school's internal physical control policies. Okay, that was in the packet. Somewhere.
I don't think that was done.
I was thinking of actually.
Hold on.
Dan, is this in reference to the previous motion of Sylvia getting paid out?
Yeah.
And then I would say that this is also mute, or a mute point until you get to this. This also would need to be tabled then, because you may or may not need a reprimand.
Well, the reprimand, my recommendation for the reprimand was regardless of whether they retroactively ratified it or not. As I did, even though I was acting in good faith, I did circumvent unintentionally. I was looking through law and I had a lot of pressure on me at the time. I did what I thought was right, but it's still a failure on my part to follow the proper policy. So I believe, in my eyes, I believe I should have a reprimand on file regardless of whether that's ratified or not.
Is that in your capacity of the interim?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to be because it's a conflict of interest for Nate to deal with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is the
Well, then-
only reason, that's the only decision I made. Otherwise, Nate's got to hold on all other decisions. I haven't made any decisions for the school otherwise.
I believe, like, we didn't motion that
No, we
anyway.
didn't.
Let me motion that first. Motion that first. I have something.
So can I get a motion for a motion to issue an official letter of reprimand to Daniel Jorgensen for failure to comply with the public employee expenditures approval requirements of Minnesota statute 181.3 and the school's internal fiscal control policies.
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Could I interject? Or I'm sorry, when you get to discussion, sorry.
We're in discussion.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you made a motion.
Discussion.
I think that a letter of reprimand would come from his direct supervisor, which would be Nate.
Are we gonna
I don't think it's
reprimand
up to
him
the,
for something that he wasn't aware of?
right.
I'd received advice from both directions saying it's got to be paid out or we're going to get fined and all this, and then wait, and I'm getting it. So
So it's a reprimand for intimidation?
I made a decision and my decision was wrong.
That sounds like intimidation, like not being able to make a clear
Well,
decision.
that's coming from HR and that's also coming from
Rochelle was on one side telling me to wait. I had HR telling me to hurry up. You know what I mean? I had conflicting information. I did research on my own. I wasn't referenced to any other law aside from that one, and I was trying to find other law that would change it, and I didn't find the law that was in regard to this until after I'd already made the call out of panic to the financial officer. So, that's why
Are you, are you saying she was, Dan, are you saying that you paid her out already?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, a reprimand. And then if it's determined that, she shouldn't have been paid out, I would be financially liable for that. I'm trying to take responsibility for a decision I made. I did it in good faith, but it is.
PTO already got paid out then.
Right? Is that what-
Yes, that is what I was referring with the 1A1. So that is exactly what I was trying to tell you in that email. Yep, and in person. And what I will tell you again right now on record is exactly what happened. So if it's determined that she is not owed that money, I'm liable for it and I will make it right.
Well, if
You cut out.
We can't hear you.
You're muted.
You're on mute, Rochelle.
if it's determined that she got paid out and she should not have been paid out, then it's just a matter of the school recouping from the person that got overpaid. I don't necessarily think that that's your fault, Dan.
Okay. I
But
still
I think we
advise-
just wait for the attorney's decision.
All right, but I mean, it's the board's discretion at this point.
I guess I didn't read the email.
Okay, so that was already paid out.
Does it matter the total?
You don't have to ratify it, though. You can still look and then determine if the payout was due or not, you know. So still definitely, and then, yeah, and then for me, as far as it goes, it's either nothing, memo, letter of reprimand, suspension with pay, suspension without pay, or termination.
My recommendation is we wait until we hear from legal all the way around.
Yeah, I would like to wait on legal, and I think if it turns out that the PO wasn't to be paid out, again, I don't wanna, reprimand something that was done in such, or how do you say? I can't even think.
Panic.
Yeah, so I think the only reprimand would be that do not make those type of decisions without board approval, for like a verbal warning. Or unless it's required to have.
I mean, that's what,
Yeah.
that's memo on file then as opposed to.
Verbal
reprimand.
Yeah,
Ouch.
because then that just reverts back to policy, you have to follow the chain of command.
So motion to table?
Yeah. And I'll motion that.
Second. Still be on there?
No, I think she was just going home.
Oh, okay.
I don't think she was logging back in.
I'll vote yes. A motion to table for March 18th board meeting. Waiting on a vote. Yes. Bianca?
Yes.
Gloria, yes. Motion passed 3-0.
This
9, that's the very
Um,
last one. Oh, yeah.
We're on P. We have to add the, or are we still doing that?
Oh, yeah.
Voting.
The election process.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's due by tomorrow.
oh my gosh, okay. Item P was added during the review of the agenda. So adding voting process to be added for posting to fill the vacancy by February 26, 2026. Right?
That's what I have down.
Yeah. So do I get a motion?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Do we know who's posting that? Everyone knows their role.
Right.
So, where are we posting? As far as, if it's going online, that can be forwarded to Max. I can email him, Joe can email him if you want to post on site. At the front desk, I could take care of that. Ames could take care of that. You want on the roadside sign, I could take care of that too.
He's gonna paint it himself.
However you guys.
Yeah,
As long as
statute says
somebody
it
knows
has-
that it needs to be
Yeah, statute says has to be on the website 60 days prior.
at minimum. So if you want to do all the other stuff, go for it.
I will forward it to Max first thing tomorrow.
Okay, so Dan will take care of. I have no more discussion.
Okay. We have a vote on it. McComas? Aye. Bianca?
Yes.
Victoria, yes. Motion passed.
Just tired.
Oh my God, I'm ready to go to sleep. Thank you. Moving on to 9, old business, 9A, summary of conclusions of the parents' evaluation of Sylvia Fred from from February 6, 2026 closed session.
We have the summary.
No. We tabled that one.
Table.
I had the score sheet on my desk, and if I remember right, her average score between all 5 board members ended up at being 60.6%, I think is what it was. 52 would have been at 50%, and so that would have been like complete fail. And her average evaluation was at 60 point, either 06 or 60, but it was at a 60%. It was a pretty low score, average score from all of the board members, so.
I just would like, if we're supposed to provide a summary of the closed session, I would just like that to be added to the minutes. Since it's not a voting thing, I just want the results added to the minutes. That's all I request.
Anything else on the summary?
I move,
Who's gonna provide that, or is that you?
I'll work with,
Rochelle, you need
Rochelle
that?
and then I'll.
and Angel. Can make sure that it's accurate.
So moving on to 10, a motion to adjourn at
10:40.
10:40.
I motion.
Second.
I don't have any discussion on that.
No discussion. Okay, no discussion, moving on to voting. McComas? Yes. Bianca?
Yes.
Victoria, yes. Motion passed 3-0.
Thank you, everybody. Drive safe.
Thank you, Rochelle.
Thank you. for
Good night.
Eagle Wasserman.
Giga Waberman.
No, it's fine. Sorry if you were throwing papers after you left.